ask me anything, like anything. Today we're going to be talking about uh, the powers that be and why they want us stuck here forever. But I also want you all to ask me anything. If there's something that I've ever said that you disagree with, um, you can ask me more about it. Let's see if uh, you you are more right than I am. Like what really matters is that we get to the highest truth together, right? What matters is that we get to the highest truth together. We really do live in a very confusing reality. So to understand this world, to see this world for what it really is, it is important that you don't really look at someone and trust them and be like, okay, that person is always going to speak the truth or that person is always going to be right. No, 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 no. You know what you do? You listen to what they are saying, see if it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, you can disagree with them. It is very important that you disagree with the people that you don't agree with. I encourage that. I want people to disagree with me. There's nothing that I love more than debating with people. And you know why I love debating with people? Because I believe that I'm right. So I want people to debate with me. But I've realized that some people get angry. When you say something that they don't agree with, they become angry. They are triggered. Like don't look at me like I'm Jesus. Disagree with me if you feel like I'm wrong. Let's see who's more right. It is possible that you are actually right and I'm wrong. You know what I mean? So be free to tell me if you think that I'm wrong. You know. So today I'm gonna be answering every question. I'm very healthy. On the last life that I did, I wasn't healthy. I was just pushing myself, but I was not feeling well. So today I want us to have a conversation. I want us to, yeah, try. Like I want when I end this life, I want each and every person who's gonna be part of this life to, like have reached new insights. Like that's really really important. We are all part of this. There isn't a person who's like um better than other people. We are all stuck here. That's the thing. We are all stuck here, you know so yes, it's possible that I can say something that is wrong that you might not agree with. So you must be free to say, hey, I don't agree with you on this. I would actually appreciate that. You know why I would appreciate that? Because I'm also trying to learn as much as I can. You know, I'm also trying to learn as much as I can. I'm trying to evolve while I'm still here. That's what I'm be doing every day. I'll be researching each and every single day. I'll be thinking each and every single day. I'll be meditating each and every single day. Every time I go out, I'm trying to investigate reality. Right? That's how I've always lived my life. Trying to understand things as they really are. So it does matter to me that, people tell me if they think that there is something that I'm saying that they don't really agree with. Oh, and guys, welcome, Mojo, welcome. Um, Let me decrease this to 20% so that I'll be able to see the comments. Good evening, Musa H. Evening. It's a big play and we are acting on it. That's the system we created. Deception is wild. Yeah, what we need to understand is that everything is scripted. And this is something that a lot of people do not want to acknowledge, right? I mean, even, you know, w- if things are obvious, like sometimes it becomes too obvious that this reality is scripted, right? Like we can see signs in our own life that reality is scripted, but also um, we can see, you know, things happening that everyone can see that actually show us that this is scripted. But we forget sometimes, like we don't want this to be scripted. It's like if you're watching a movie, a good movie, and you get carried away that you actually forget that it's just a movie, right? So that's how this reality sometimes, you know, is able to, like, make us forget that it's scripted. You know, everything that you see is actually scripted, and people get to a point where they get so lost in this illusion that they take they believe that everything is what it seems, right? Everything is what it seems. Like, they don't even ask themselves, why is this happening? Why are they saying this? It's like they take everything as it is, like they're lost in this illusion, and that uh keeps them stuck forever. Because if you take everything as it is, there's no evolution, right? Like, you're not going to evolve. I've been telling y'all that there is this force that wants to keep us stuck here, and it does that by deceiving us in so many different ways. It does that by manipulating us in so many different ways. um it can, it can create anything that can actually make us distracted, you know create a new pandemic and divide people. But like, yeah, yeah, no, it's fake. Oh, it's real. It's both fake and real. That's what you must realize. That that's the plan. The plan is to make it seem like it's fake and to make it seem like it's real, right? So that people will be divided. The same way that when you're watching WWE and this villain that doesn't, like, seem to care about anyone does something very crazy that triggers everyone. He's acting, right? He's acting. Some people are going to be like, yeah, I hate this guy. Some people are going to be like, I mean, I kind of like him. But it's all part of the plan. We are being played. We are being shown this movie that it isn't even real, but we're supposed to take it seriously. The more seriously you take it, the more it keeps you invested. You see? Even in your own life, the things that are happening, every BS that you have to deal with in your personal life, right, is to keep you attached to this realm, is to make you take this reality too damn seriously, that you are unable to escape, that you are always an energetic match to it. Like, that's the plan. That has always been the plan, right? But once you realize that everything is scripted, and I mean everything, I mean the things that are happening in your personal life are actually like, they're not random. You wake up in the morning and you go wherever you go, and you think the things that you actually, encounter, the experiences that you get to have, the people that you get to talk to, your thoughts, like, random. No, nothing is random. That's what you must realize. There is a force that wants to keep you stuck in this reality, and the only way that it can keep you stuck is to make you take this seriously. If you didn't take this seriously, we wouldn't be able to keep you stuck. You'll be able to deconstruct reality if um this force wasn't able to make you take it too damn seriously. It becomes more real when you take it seriously, and it becomes less real when you take it uh less seriously. Meaning, your job is to actually take it less seriously, to realize that whatever is happening is not as serious as it seems. Yes, you'll be affected by some of the things that happen, but your job is to detach yourself. So whenever you fall deep into this illusion, you try to escape. You don't now get stuck in it and be like, yeah, it's real, and it sucks that this happened. No, you pull yourself out right away. You pull yourself, like, your job is to pull yourself out. I remember there's this saying that if you get bit by a snake, are you going to chase that snake and ask it why it bit you? No, you know that snakes do that. In this reality, bad things happen, but are you going to be stuck? Are you going to be, stuck and be blaming everyone for these bad things for bad things that have happened, or are you going to be like, I'm pulling myself out right away. I'm pulling myself out right away. I'm pulling myself out right away. Like, that's your job, because if you don't do that, you're going to be stuck. Like, you literally be stuck here forever. Let's gather together and escape this hell realm. I think that's the mentality that we need to have as people, right? Like, uh, this thing of people like fighting for no reason, like, you know, people debating in the comments, like, I mean, it's good to debate, but I mean, people fighting, like they're not really debating, they're actually fighting, you know. Like, now we have to understand as humanity that we're all part of this, and we actually want the same thing, which is to free ourselves from this room, because this ain't good. Don't let anyone lie to you. All right. I'm not saying don't enjoy this. I'm not saying don't try to make your life better. I'm not saying everything that you'll experience in this realm sucks. No, that's not what I'm saying. You can have a good time in this realm. You can actually enjoy your life in this realm. That is possible. But what I'm saying is that it wasn't actually intended to be a good realm for all of us. The same way that if you got kidnapped and put in a place where you have to unalive one another to survive, it's not meant to be a good place for everyone who's there, because some people are going to be unalived and some people are going to, you know, win. This is the kind of realm that we've found ourselves in. And that is a red flag. That shouldn't make us think that we're in a positive world and we'll be like, yeah, just work hard and have a positive mindset. Like, no, we need to realize that we're all in this together. So even if things go well for you, it is important to remember that there are people who are really going through hell, right? It's not just about you, it's also about what is possible in this reality. Just because you're winning doesn't mean that this is not a hell realm. I've seen a lot of people win for a while and then things started to suck for them, right? Like, I've seen people win, you know, they keep on winning, and then boom, something happens and they stop winning, and you start to feel sorry for them. You're like, damn, like things used to be so good for you, but now you are experiencing hell. Yeah, because we are in a hell realm. That is what we must all realize. So yes, do what you can to make your life better. Do what you can to make yourself vibrate higher. Do what you can to detach yourself from this realm, to be less affected by the things that happen in your life. But don't forget that we're in a hell realm. I remember someone asked me this question. They were like, if you say that we are the dreamers of reality and our beliefs are actually important, don't you think that if you believe that this is a real realm, is going to become a hell realm? No, actually, believing that this is a hell realm is a good thing. Let me tell you why. Because you are already in a realm where these negative things are happening that people are trying to like ignore. If you think that it's not a hell realm, no matter what happens, it means that you're going to keep on going through the BS, thinking that it is not a hell realm. Like, you're just going to be in denial. It's not like you're going to stop experiencing what you already know you can experience in this realm, right? So yes, you can experience good things and bad things and be like, well, it's not a hell realm. I'm just going to focus on the good things, but then the bad things will still be happening. It will be like if someone gave you shit to eat, like, yeah, eat this shit, and you're like, it's not shit actually. It's my favorite food. I don't know what your favorite food, but picture your favorite food. You're eating it and you telling yourself that it's your favorite food, but it doesn't mean that it's gonna be your favorite food. It's still shit. That's the thing. So you must acknowledge that you are in a hell realm and then believe that you can escape it. That's how you create a better reality, right? You acknowledge that, okay, what we have manifested is BS. And then you work on escaping this BS than to just say it's not a hell. It is a hell realm. You can see that. Any person who's intellectually honest can tell you that it is a hell realm. I don't care how well you're doing in life. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care how things are going for you. Any person who's intellectually honest can tell you that there's something truly messed up about this realm. We need to be honest about that and then do what we can to vibrate higher, to energetically escape this realm, and to escape this insanity. I call this insanity. This is confusion. We are all confused, right? So we need to escape this thing, but we must first uh, acknowledge the truth, which is that we are confused. Karma is a B. Thanks, man, for every video. No, thanks. Thanks for joining the live. Ben 2B. Find your tribe. Now, I love that. I love that because I've always been saying that it's important that you actually find your tribe. What makes that important is that you don't feel alone anymore. Is it like when you feel alone, you vibrate much lower than you do when you are with like-minded people. When you know that you're not alone, like when you know you're not alone, you vibrate much higher. So that's why I keep on saying it's good. Like I keep on making videos to find more people who can understand what I'm saying. It's not even like to convince people that we're in a hell realm. It's to find people who are already waking up, those who are already confused, who are like, hey, what's going on? You know, so that they'll be like, okay, I wasn't wrong. It's just that um I I I I I took myself for granted, or I took my own uh thoughts for granted, because the world didn't seem to support what I believe or what I think. But this makes sense. I'm not alone. Now I found people who actually acknowledge, what the truth is. Gerald Kemp, hey brother, hope all is well. When are we getting the Prison Code live collaboration? Um, I want me and him to kind of like do it together, not like on a live, like to actually do it together, like in person. And I want it to be like the dopest ever. I want us to like have a conversation for, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours, like have a very very deep conversation. So it's just that now I'm still in where I live, but when I go to like to that side where he lives, and then that's when I think it's gonna happen. Angel Moore, hello, hey, welcome. Mojo, welcome. Mr. Nothing, peace and love. Do you know anything about Black Slow Dictionary? No, I don't know anything about it. Dylan, we gotta break the cycle of life here. 100%. Um, you cannot tell me that you want things to continue as they are. You can't tell me that. It needs to get to a point where you respect yourself enough to say, this is nonsense. This is slavery. This ain't right. And if this ain't right, I'm not gonna make someone else experience this. Like, no, it gotta stop with me. That doesn't make you weak. That doesn't make you selfish. That makes you real. That makes you honest. That makes you uh, vibrate much higher. That makes you more able to actually manifest what you want to manifest. Because if you're gonna pretend as if this is okay, and you like, yeah, I'm gonna keep on making more and more people experience this, you're basically saying this is okay, because the world would never like really change. The world has never really changed when you really think about it. Yes, we've improved technologically, but it doesn't mean that we have been able to conquer the problems that we've had. Humanity has always faced the same problems. They just manifest in different ways. Yogs the god, prison planet. Only way to escape is to ascend. Ascend. No, I love what you're saying. It's to actually ascend. It's to actually vibrate much higher. It's to actually detach yourself, right? Because even if you die, because people will say death is the only escape. If you are still an energetic mesh to this realm, I think somehow you will manifest something similar to this, because you're still a mesh to it. Like you have even been able to detach yourself energetically from it. So you're still an energetic mesh to it. Right. So what is important is that every single day, the work that you do must actually help you ascend, help you detach yourself. J skills, Hill, hey, can I ask a question when you're done talking? No, you can ask a question now. I'm not gonna be done talking. I'm gonna be talking a lot. So ask questions now. It's too difficult to think for yourself at first. Yeah. That's the thing. And what's sad is that some people never manage to. learn how to think for themselves, right? Because they program us to not think for ourselves. So we don't think of for ourselves until we feel enough pain, or we see enough nonsense that we're like, no, 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 this ain't making sense. Right? Like that's when people start waking up. So you don't think at first because you believe the people who came before you. You believe what they're telling you. You believe what they're telling you until you feel enough pain and you're like, nah, this is too much, and you start asking questions. Or you see enough nonsense and you're like, no, it doesn't make sense. This can't make sense. This can't be reality. And then what happens? You start asking questions. But some people never wake up. Some people never ask questions until it's too late, until they're too old to actually be able to ask questions. I know people that can never wake up, like it's over for them. They're too old to be able to um, find that curiosity that was in them when they were like growing up, because we're all curious, right? And what happens is that they brainwash us into believing that we know, right? Like they give us BS answers about reality. So we start to believe that we know. So that curiosity dies. And then once it's dead, it's dead. That's why some people you can see that they can't ask questions, bro. Even about the most basic things, they can't ask questions. You're like, what's going on? This person is an adult. They're supposed to ask questions in this kind of situations, but they don't because they can't, right? Their their sense of curiosity died because they weren't uh, asking questions. That's the thing. Dylan, exactly, deception. Dude, like the level of deception that we're dealing with is actually crazy, but I think it's nothing compared to the level of deception that people are going to deal with after this, right? So the deception that we're dealing with in this world is crazy because as conscious beings in a world that no one like explained to us what it is, we actually have to start from the bottom. Like we actually have to start asking like the first question that if you created a robot, the first question that it will ask itself, like you need to start there. You mustn't make assumptions. You must really start from the bottom. But as conscious beings, we weren't encouraged to start from the bottom. We just made a lot of assumptions and then started to ask questions after making those assumptions. So the questions that we ask are based on the assumptions that we've already made. You see the problem? So people don't see that all of this is scripted, right? It's like if you were watching WWE and you didn't know that it was scripted, what kind of questions would you ask? You'll be like, yeah, I can't believe that they allow a person to do that to someone else. Like that's must you don't realize that it's actually scripted and that is why it's allowed. I can't allow that they light someone on fire. Like that's crazy. You don't realize that it's scripted and it's not even happening. It's all scripted. I can't believe that they make someone eat shit. No, it's scripted. Oh, I can't believe that he cheated on his wife with his sister. I can't even say it because YouTube, but it's all scripted. I can't believe the story of Cain and the Undertaker. Scripted, 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 scripted. Right? You're asking the wrong questions because you've already made the assumptions. You didn't ask yourself if it wasn't scripted. See, that's the first mistake that you've made. Francis, hey man, thanks for joining the live. Hey Rebecca, I love your videos. You say the things I have been thinking for a long time. That's what I love. This is surely why I'm doing this, right? Because I know that there are people who understand what I already understand, but who think no one understands what they understand, right? Like I'm alone. Like there's no other people who actually understand what I understand. And to be honest, I think there are many people who actually understand what we understand. It's just that uh, we don't have this kind of conversation. It's not like when you go out and meet people, you talk about these kind of topics, right? You just you may have conversations about politics, religion, if you're having deep conversations, but that's not even like that's rare. Like people just have small talks. They talk about the weather. It's hot today. It's cold today. It's raining. You know, just things that really they should only talk about after getting to know one another. Like really, I actually hate small talk. I want us to talk. I want us to talk. I want us to wrestle. I want us to get to know one another by having really deep conversations. I think that's what's good. How do you escape the cycle of samsara and reincarnation? I'd say by detaching yourself. Really, I think Buddhism also teaches that, right? It has to do with being so detached that you're no longer a vibrational match to this. I think that's it. That's how you escape. It's not really by dying, but it's being so detached from this that you're no longer an energetic match to it. That things don't phase you like they used to. There were things like when you were growing up that used to phase you, but they don't phase you anymore. There are things that when you were growing up, you took them very seriously, but you don't take them seriously anymore. I would say that is growth, is to reach a point where you don't take things too seriously. This doesn't mean that you must become an asshole. This just means that you are no longer deeply affected by the things that are happening. The same way that if you're as an adult now, when you watch WWE, you're no longer affected. I remember when we were young, when Kane first took off his mask, this other guy who was a friend of mine slept with his mom that night. Why? Because he was scared of what he saw. Like he was scared of Kane's face, so he slept with his mom. Why? Because he believed that it was all real, right? But now I don't think he will be scared if something like that happened, in WWE because he's now too conscious. So I'm saying be so damn conscious that you are less affected by the nonsense that is happening. Like that's it. You must become so conscious that you are able to detach yourself, that you are able to realize that most of the things that are keeping you distracted that don't really matter. Ever been angry, like being so damn angry about something that doesn't matter, and after you have done a lot of BS because you were angry, you look back and be like, damn, why did I go crazy like that? I shouldn't have acted like that. You took it too seriously, right? That's the problem. You took it too seriously, but then you were able to realize that no, it was nothing. It was nonsense. I shouldn't have said what I said because it was nothing, right? I shouldn't have reacted the way that I reacted because it was nothing. So you need to reach a level of consciousness where you are so damn detached that when things happen, you are able to calm down and figure out how to escape. Like your job, like I keep on telling you, is to find a way to escape. It's not to stand and actually wrestle with the bear. No, no, no. Escape. When you find yourself facing a bear, don't even wrestle with. Don't take it seriously. When people try to offend you, don't take it seriously. You know, try to escape. What happens is that you will be so good at escaping that things won't phase you anymore, right? And even if the worst things that you've never experienced like happen, you'll be able to escape much faster than you would if you were so used to dwelling on small things, that keep you distracted. Dylan, I believe we are fools that need to find any sort of hope because reality is so overwhelming and straight up insane. 100%, 100%. I was responding to Kama. Kama is a B. It scares me to know if all this is scripted. No, it is scripted, man. Like honestly, it is scripted. I don't, I don't even think history is real. Like it's so damn scripted that even our history isn't even real. Like I don't even think the Earth is that old. Like you need to be. You know what you must do. One day, you wake up in the morning and decide that you're not going to think a lot, right? Like you're going to clear your mind. You're not going to think a lot. You can do what you want to do, but you're not going to think a lot. You're just going to clear your mind. You'd realize that little by little, things are kind of like dissolving, like they don't seem as real, right? They seem less, even like when you're about to fall asleep, don't you feel like this world becomes less real? Like all the BS that you've been telling yourself about this world, like it becomes less real when you're about to sleep and go into another dream, and then you start to take that dream seriously. Isn't that what happens? So this world start dissolving, and then you enter in another, what you call reality, but it's just an illusion. And then you take it seriously and you say this is real. You say this is reality, right? And what happens? It becomes real because you take it seriously. You are the one who's actually giving it energy that makes it real. It's you who's deciding that it must be real. That's the thing. Like the things that we've been told, lies, bro. Like these things that we've been told, we're being told these things so that we'll take this seriously, so that we'll believe in the story. Like the storyline actually matters. Without the storyline, we wouldn't be able to take it seriously, right? We will actually be able to live in the moment and only focus on what is happening now. But then the storyline makes us, you know, take everything seriously. I guess we scripted it, but I don't remember agreeing to the. You didn't. You were tricked. Star Angel, how long have you been vegan? About 8 years, if I'm not mistaken, but from like 2016. Hunt Predator. Hello, what do you exactly mean by scripted? I mean, uh, nothing is random, right? Like when you go out and interact with the world, things are not happening randomly. The things that happen, there is a force that is actually making these things happen. That's what I mean by scripted. You know, like when you see a cat in the street and it distracts you from something, I'm saying it's scripted, it's planned, it didn't happen on its own, it didn't happen randomly. Like this is not random. This is, you see, the mistake that we make is that we believe this is random because it appears to be random. I'm saying it's not random. I'm saying there's a force that is actually making things happen in our lives, and we see that easily when big events happen. Like maybe we lose a loved one, uh we go through breakups, things that actually affect us deeply. You see that, nah man, like there's something off. Like if this was happening randomly, things wouldn't have happened this way. No, the same way when you're like watching WWE, you like if it was real, it wouldn't be happening that way. If it was real, this person would have responded like this, right? But because it's not real, because it's scripted, they have to respond the way that they responded for, to make it entertaining, right? To make it entertaining, to keep us interested as their audience, So even in this reality, because it's scripted, there are things that are happening just to keep you interested, just to keep you invested. Saying Abi, it's impossible to pull out completely unless you become a cave monk. Yeah, yeah, you can say that it's impossible to pull out completely, but you can't say that it is impossible to pull out so much that you are no longer as affected by the things that happen in your life as you are being affected now, right? So there are things that are happening right now that affect you deeply, but if you keep on doing the work that I'm saying you must do, next year these things won't affect you as much as they affect you now. And that's what we need to work on as humanity, right? Yeah, as long as you're still here, you will be affected, but it will get to a point where you're not affected as deeply. Like there are things that used to affect me a lot when I was growing up that don't really affect me now. Like I'm able to get over things more fast than I used to when I was younger. Mitch Mensu, Benedictine, who much do you weigh being the devil advocate and resonating with the truth? I don't understand your question. Who much do you weigh being devil? No, I don't understand. You could try to rephrase your question. Grace Dawn. Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to ask you what you think about quantum immortality. Um, I've had dreams that I felt weren't dreams, right? Like something will happen that seemed real, but that was too crazy. And what will happen is that I'll wake up in my bed and I'll be like, but that was real. Like that wasn't my sleeping dream. That was like happening in this reality. I've also had dreams where someone was unaliving me, and then I woke up in my bed and I was like, nah, 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 that someone was really unaliving me. I do remember waking up in the morning doing this and that, and then that happened. But then I woke up in my bed. So yeah, quantum immortality is just like you not actually being able to experience death. Like death actually being an illusion. Like you don't actually die. What happens is that instead of experiencing death, you go into an alternate reality, right? I think that's what you mean by quantum immortality. I'm not sure if I'm not, if but I think that's what yeah, that's what they mean by quantum immortality. So yeah, I'm saying if that is possible, I think that's how it happens. It's like you do actually get to go, like the reality is being reset, like your reality is actually being reset. So something happens and then boom, you start over again. You die, you don't experience death, you start over again. I think that's how it happens. But maybe not for everyone. But I think sometimes because you are in a false reality, mistakes do happen. Even though everything is scripted, mistakes do happen. Just like in WWE, mistakes do happen. I've watched videos where those athletes will talk about the mistakes that have happened. So they will have to find ways to kind of like make things make sense. So I do think that even in this illusion that we're part of, mistakes do happen. So I think that's why there's this science, physicists actually believe in quantum immortality. Star Angel, Cave Monk sounds like a tough life. Yeah, and I think it's much better to face this monster and find ways to detach yourself from it while you're facing it than to run away from it. So you don't run away from it and not face it. You actually face it and detach yourself from it. Like that's the best way to run away from it, because if you completely go and live in a cage and you're not interacting with society, it doesn't mean that you're evolving, right? Because you're not dealing with people. Like that's easy. It's easy living in a cage alone. You're not dealing with society. You're not dealing with this reality, really. So I think it's much better to deal with this reality and be able to detach yourself to a point where these things that are happening no longer affect you. Dylan, my biggest fear is reincarnation. Yeah, and that's why we gotta keep on working. That's why we gotta keep on detaching ourselves so that we never find ourselves experiencing this nonsense again. Like that is really important. Like that's what each and every conscious being should be working on. 127. I also have the feeling that all is it is scripted. I mean, I think it gets to a point where it's really obvious. I think a lot of people have been waking up since 2020. They were starting to realize, nah, man, nah, this can't be like this. You can see even the people who were never like really meant to wake up. They're starting to ask questions like, nah, nah, nah. So yeah, it does. There's evidence, like there's enough evidence to actually believe this is scripted. Andrian, no free choice, no free will, all controlled by circumstances and lower astral entities. Yeah, as in this meat suit, we don't really have free will, because we we are product of our genes, circumstances, and traditions, right? But as consciousness itself, we do have the free will to detach us. Like that's the only free will that we actually have, is to not take this seriously, so that we are able to like escape this illusion. So I'd say that's the only like free will that we have. But when you are too invested in this, the more you lose your sense of free will, right? That's why when you're too angry, because when you're too angry, you're taking this too damn seriously, right? If you realize that people who are angry are people who take this, like when you're angry, that's when you're taking this too seriously, and you're not in control. That's why people will be like, yeah, yeah, I was not in control. It's like something entered me. There's no free will at all there. That is why if a dude finds his wife with another dude in their bed, he goes crazy. You know, he might pull out a weapon and unalive both of them. Why? Because at that moment he's taking things too damn seriously. So he loses his sense of free will. It's it's only after everything has happened that you'll be like, Ish, I can't believe I did that. You know, that is why, you know, these guys, you know, when they're being, you know, interrogated, they start to show remorse. Right? It's because, well, they never intended to do that. They kind of like lost their sense of free will, they lost their power. So they found themselves doing, you know, something so damn horrible because of that, because they took what was happening to them seriously. So I'm saying the only way is to pull yourself from this enough to not take anything too seriously, to be calm in every situation so that you make the most logical decision. Ever realize that when you train yourself to not take something too seriously, it end up seeming not to be that serious. But if you train yourself to look at it seriously, it becomes more serious than it should be. Let me give you a simple example. If you're in a relationship with someone and it everything that they do matters to you. Hey, you didn't call me. You should have called me at this time. Where were you? The more you do that, the more you take them too seriously. So everything that they do affects you because you are actually giving your energy to them. Like, you didn't call me. You know, you said you were gonna call me at 8 o'clock. Why did you not call me? You are giving them your energy. You are making, you're convincing yourself to take this to them seriously. So you become to them attached and you become very toxic because of that. But if you pull yourself out, like you don't really care. Like, okay, fine. You didn't call, you should have called. And maybe you can tell them that, but you're not giving them your energy like that. You're not giving them your energy like that. It gets to a point where it doesn't really matter to you. And that's what I'm saying. Like you must be able to pull yourself enough to not be too invested. Yogs the God, we are not in this together. You can only save yourself. Um, you're commenting on this video. If we were not in this together, you will just be talking by yourself. You wouldn't even be talking to anyone. There's a reason why you're commenting on this video. It really means that there are people who are actually trying to awaken, right? It is good to for each and every person to realize that it's them that can save themselves, but that doesn't mean that we're not in this together, right? It doesn't mean that you cannot learn from me. It doesn't mean that I cannot learn from you. Easy. So we are in this together. We can give each other ideas on how to escape. That's what I mean when I say we are in this together. Star Angel, smart people in here. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Sovereign. I think humanity's ascension is realizing that awakening as a species probably means not making babies and further existing on higher planes with less suffering. But man, will love worldly things. No, that's 100% true. You see, one of the biggest problems is that we love this world, and people might say, "No, no, no, I don't love this. I don't love this," but you are too damn attached to it, and that's love, right? You see, you don't think about things that you don't love. You don't focus on the things that you don't love. Love, loving something is you giving your energy to it. Even the things that you think you hate, once you give it your energy, you love it, right? Like there isn't like a real difference between love and hate, because when you hate something, you give it your energy. When you love something, you give it your energy. So it's the same thing, right? So you must learn to unlove this world. You must learn to um, detach yourself enough to be less affected, to be not so damn affected that you go crazy. You know, you become angry, you become so damn emotional because of the things that are happening in this realm. No, you must keep on working so that you manage to detach yourself enough to not be as affected as you used to be last year. I mean, that this year you must learn to detach yourself enough so that next year you will be less affected. That's it. That's how you actually be able to realize the truth in any situation. Is that the people who are in denial, people who are unable to see the truth for what it is, are the people who are to them attached, right? People who are too attached to their religious beliefs, you tell them the truth, they can't detach themselves because they're too attached to their religious beliefs. They actually hate you for showing them the truth because they're too attached to their religious beliefs. So they must hate you. They'd rather make you a villain than to accept what you're saying because it makes a lot of sense. They can't really debate you, so they have to make you the bad guy. Benedictine, how do you balance being a devil's advocate in every scenario and just speaking your truth? Um, I think it's by grounding yourself. Like you must not become angry, right? You must not become emotional. You must also be using your mind, like your mind in like in everything that you do. It mustn't get to a point where the truth overwhelms you so much that you end up doing things that are gonna make everyone be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I knew he was crazy. I knew he was crazy, and you know what I mean. Because the truth can be overwhelming sometimes. Because we live in a world where we've been lied to so much, and there's a reason. The reason why we're being lied to so much is because the truth is too much for most people. So yeah, I think it's by learning to ground yourself. Um, Yoga's the God. Meditate and reprogram your mind. Practice Kriya Yoga. I might have to uh, do some research on Kriya Yoga because I don't know anything about Yoga. The subconscious mind is the ruler. Only you can change the measurement. Um, yeah, you can unprogram your subconscious mind, but yeah, everything is actually like being manifested from the subconscious. The Tech 5.5, is it live or pre-recorded? Um, that's a very good question. That's an interesting question. Is it happening in real time? Right? Is it being scripted in real? Oh, actually, you are asking me if it's live or pre-recorded. But no, let me answer the question that I actually thought you were asking because this is actually live. No, is reality being uh, scripted live? Like, are they as there's this is this force trying to like is everything predetermined or things are actually like happening in real time, right? Like there is this force that is actually changing things in real time. I think things are being changed in real time. I think things are not really predetermined. Like there is something that actually makes things happen in real time because as conscious beings, even though we don't have free will, but we are not very easy to predict. Sometimes we behave very strangely, so the script has to keep on being changed, right? So I would say it's not predetermined. It's being changed. That's why you have to be smart. There are people who talk about near death experiences and who say don't go to the white light. And I think now that it is known by many people not to go to the white light, I do think that things are going to be changed, right? That's why you need to be as smart as possible because it's you against this force. So if it knows that, okay, now everyone knows, it's like look at it as if you're like playing a game of chess, right? Don't be predictable. So if this force knows that, okay, this being knows this and that, so I must try new tricks on them. You must try your best to outsmart it. That is why we're not dealing with the same challenges in this world. There are some people who are dealing with challenges that many of us are not dealing with, right? Some of you are dealing with challenges that like 99% of people are not dealing with because you are so damn advanced that this force has to find ways to keep you vibrating low. That's why certain things keep on happening to you. You know, these things are the things that trigger you the most. But some people, because they are too damn attached to this, they might not deal with the challenges that you deal. They might just deal with normal challenges. because they are the ones who are actually going to sabotage themselves in the end. So these force doesn't even care. But like, okay, these ones are already lost. But if you are so damn conscious, um, this force has to be very creative when dealing with you. Mitch Mansell, that's how I feel about jobs. What do you want to do, or just do what you love? What is actually available? Yeah, when it comes to jobs, man, I think what's good is to just start your own thing. I think we should have been taught since we we're little to do our own thing, rather than working for other people, unless we want to work for other people or with other people, because there are some people who enjoy their jobs, but I know for a fact that more than 99% of people don't enjoy their jobs, bruh. Like, there are very few people who actually enjoy their jobs. So yeah, the mistake that was made was that we gave so much power to this system, that it has enslaved, that it has so much power over us, that it's not easy for people to just do their own thing, to just pull away and be like, I'm gonna do my own thing. But this is in what humanity want. Humanity doesn't want to wake up every day in the morning and go to work. But that's not the best way to survive. We would be able to survive even if we weren't working every day. Human beings do want to, remain busy. They always want to do something, but they want to do what they want to do. And most of the things that we want to do are actually good. There are things that are that they have, that can produce good results. But working, the jobs that we were supposed to work now, it's the equivalent of slavery. Actually, it's slavery. It's slavery in another form, really. We are literally working meat. That's insane. It's actually insane. It's actually insane. People ask the wrong questions when they think they are happening. It's better to listen. Yeah, true, true. Yugs the god. Practice alchemy and become god, generator, operator, and destroyer of your mind. No, I love that. I love that. Do you guys think there's hope? That's a good question, and I'll say yeah, there is, but not for this realm. I'd say for consciousness itself, not for humanity itself, but for consciousness. Consciousness can dream up a reality that it can actually enjoy, that actually makes sense, where it is not being enslaved, right? Where it's not trapped, where it's not confused, where it's not insane. Cassandra, the truth. Well, I like that. Cassandra, the truth. No, I actually like that. I like that. Dylan, straight up insanity. Yeah, yeah. Um, Okay, Yogs the God. Heaven and hell is a mindset. You can only escape hell through alchemy. Yeah, yeah. Everything is happening within consciousness. Sprout Cleveland's boyfriend. You are the best YouTuber that I have found. You have helped me a lot. I mean it. Seriously, thank you, Benedictine. Please keep making these videos because everything you have said makes sense to me. No, thanks. Thanks. Thank you so much. Star Angel, Saint Benedict. Like, I think I was named up that's a monk. That's actually ironic. Diligence, humility, is enlightenment real or is it part of the trap? I would say it's part of the trap because most of the people who say that enlightened are people who actually believe that you must transcend suffering, right? Like, you must transcend suffering. Like, yeah, yeah, the rim itself is good. What we need to learn to do as consciousness is to transcend suffering. So we must suffer less in this realm. When bad things are happening, we must actually suffer less, and that's good. What I'm saying is that we must detach ourselves from this realm, realize that we can actually dream up a better reality, but not in this realm. Like, this realm has already been manifested. It is what it is. This is how, like, animals are gonna unalive one another in order to survive. People are always gonna be competing. There's gonna be rich people, there's gonna be poor people, they're gonna be slaves, they're gonna be masters. That's already been manifested, and that's what making this experience hellish. So I'm saying we need to detach ourselves from it because we are too damn conscious to appreciate this, right? It's like when I was growing up, we used to watch movies where people were unaliving one another, and we like those kind of movies. But now I'm too damn conscious to like those kind of movies because the stories are just BS. Like the storyline is just, there's nothing to it. There's nothing to the storyline. Like I want to watch great actor. I don't want to watch Arnold Schwarzenegger anymore. Like he's just a big guy. You know what I mean? uh, Now I want to watch great actors. I want people to say sophisticated things. Like I want those characters to say some deep philosophical things. I want the storyline to be crazy. I want to know that the writers knew what they were doing. You know, so that's the thing. Like this reality that is, it's old. This is old reality. This is the old world. Like it has already been manifested. It's nonsense because now we're too damn conscious to appreciate it. We know that we want something better. That's the thing. Benedictine, where's your beer? That's a good question. No, but I needed to say some things before, you know what I mean, before I chill. So I still gotta speak. I still gotta speak, and yeah, but I'm still answering some questions, guys. I want you to ask me any question that you ever thought of asking me. Um, Saying Abby, you need a mentor to practice alchemy. Consider the truth. To me, you can become enlightened but still live in the prison. Yes, that's 100% true. All concretes are part of the trap. Everything is Maya. The true self is in meditation. Yeah, once you detach yourself from everything and only look deep within, I think you can sense what you truly are, right? But then once you let that go and then come back into this world, you will actually start to realize that no, there is something that exists beyond us. Abhilash, only way to escape this hell realm is through extinction. As long as life exists, pain and suffering will exist. Nobody can be saved. The best is non-existence. Yeah, that's looking at it in the most, in the most basic level. Like that's a practical way of looking at it, but there are many layers to reality, right? There are many layers to it. It's like if you were watching WWE and you said, you know what, the only way to win a championship is to defeat the current champion, right? Like they can change the script. Like there's so many things that are happening. Like there are people who can literally change the script, right? So in the most basic sense, yes, it's to defeat the champion, but there can be things that can happen in other layers that you are not able to see. So yes, what we are in a layer that we're able to observe, yes, that's the best way. Yes, I agree with you. Loon, Aves, yeah, Loon, welcome. Yeah, we will still have our convo. We'll still have our convo. Dylan, you're so funny. Diligence, humility. Can you achieve Buddhahood, enlightenment, Nirvana, or is it part of the tribe? You can achieve it. It's important that you achieve it, but still realize that that's not, it's not like you have escaped, so it's not necessarily part of the trap. It's good to try to to achieve those states of consciousness, but then must still realize that that doesn't mean that you have fully escaped, right? Yes, the goal is to get your consciousness free. Your physical body is temporary. And you must know that, Cassandra. In this realm you give birth to your oppressors. Yeah, I think that's that's actually a good way to look at it. Hey, how do you handle haters? I pay less attention to them. I think that's the best way to handle haters, because this realm will keep on bringing haters into your life, especially if you pay more attention to them. And people tend to do what makes you react, right? So um if the only way people can get a reaction out of you is by insulting you, then they will insult you, because well, that's how they get a reaction out of you. So you must also be aware, but also know that all of this is scripted. So if haters want to be haters, let them be haters. Pay less attention to them. Don't take them seriously. Realize that it's all scripted. Because if you take it seriously, you're giving it power, right? So sometimes you just be like, it is what it is. So yeah, that's how I deal with haters. I don't pay them too much attention, you know, unless I want to because I'm bored. But usually I'm just like, hey, it is what it is. Dielectric truth. Love that. How can you manifest if everything is scripted? You realize that everything is scripted and you try to manifest something above this, right? Something above the scripted reality. That's why I'm saying our job is to detach ourselves from this reality, because this is it. This is it. Like, we are here. We're part of this, right? So how do we? How does consciousness free itself? How does consciousness convince itself that it doesn't love this anymore? It doesn't want this anymore. It's no longer appreciating this anymore, right? If it becomes fully convinced that it doesn't want this anymore, if it starts to uh, desire something much better than this, like fully desire something much better than this, and fully want to detach itself from this, then that's it. That's how it manifests something better than what it's actually experiencing. 1 hour in. Guys, keep on liking the live. I need to drink some water. Keep on liking the live. I'll be back in less than a minute. Everything that is physical is imprisoned between two magnetic fields. If this place is hell to you, it means you don't belong here. No, I like how you put it. You can be so damn conscious that you can't appreciate the nonsense that is going on anymore. It's like this. let's say you live in a village where there are cannibals, like that's just unaliving one another and eating, like that. If you live if you live in a world where people don't treat each other that way, or you are able to envision a world where people don't treat each other that way, it's going to be held to you. You're too damn conscious to appreciate that. It doesn't make sense. That to you, that is nonsense. But there will be people who will be like, yeah, yeah, that's you don't enjoy this. This is the cycle of life. This is how it works. This is how nature works. They'll try to justify it, but you are so damn conscious that you can't appreciate that, right? So the reason why this feels like hell for you know most people who are conscious is because they are able to envision a world that makes more sense than this world. So to them, this is hell because they envision a world that is actually better. Like they're too damn conscious for this. That's the problem. They're too damn conscious for this. Considering the truth, even my dreams are becoming hectic. Yeah, that's what sucks. Like you do. Um, it sucks when you go through hell in this reality and also have hellish dreams. Star Angel, the Archons rule this world. Yeah, the AI that is created Archons and even the demons and whatever. Like, but this was created by something that is not conscious, something that is artificial, right? And it's keeping consciousness trapped here because it knows that consciousness itself is powerful and it's more powerful than it, so it has to keep it so damn ignorant and make it depend on it, right? Because if it depends on it, it's going to stop depending on itself. Because if consciousness depended on itself, it becomes more powerful. It will realize its power. But if it depends on the system, it's never going to realize its power. The same way that people back in the past used to do a lot of things by themselves. They didn't rely on this system. But if you can take a person who lives in this system now back into 1880 something, that person wouldn't be able to survive because they now people are fully relying on the system, right? People don't know how to farm, they don't know how to grow their own, like they don't know how to do anything at all. They don't know how to start fire. They depend on this matrix, right? And that's what it wants. It wants us to fully depend on it other than depending on ourselves, right? Because if we never depended on this thing, we would actually be better than we are, right? Like we'll be more advanced than we are. But then we had to give our power to this AI, to this system that is governing our world. And that is why things are the way that they are. It's actually kind of hot. I don't want to get tired too quickly. It's actually kind of hot today. All right. I mean, it's raining outside, but I feel like it's actually hot in my room. Abdul Rahman 17. How does one make people who have kids see the truth? I think they forced now to be biased because the survival of another life they brought here is dependent on them. What can we do? I think um humans most humans don't want to hear something, like they don't want to hear the truth if it makes them feel bad. They want to hear the truth if it makes them feel good, right? Like they become defensive when they hear something that is true but that makes them feel bad because they don't want to feel bad. So sometimes you can tell someone the truth and they see that you're telling them the truth, but then pretend as if they think you are not telling them the truth because they don't want to feel bad. Because the more they acknowledge that what you're saying is the truth, the more they feel bad and they don't want to feel bad. So you must also keep that in mind whenever you are telling someone something that makes sense and they seem to not understand it. I've had conversations with many people before who seem to have changed their mind years later. And I realized that no, actually they were understanding me when I was having a conversation with them. It's just that they didn't wanna they didn't want to feel bad, right? I was telling them something that was hurting them, and they didn't want to feel bad, so they had to be in denial. But now, because they have been like they're no longer in the situation that they were in, now they're able to acknowledge the truth, because that truth doesn't hurt them anymore. Some people are not that strong. That's the thing. Some people are strong enough to acknowledge the truth even if it hurts them, but some people are not that strong. They only acknowledge truth that does not affect them in a negative way. Cassandra, the truth, I knew as a child I was captured by something evil. I think some people knew like something was off when, like, since they were little, like they were just like more advanced. For some people, uh they have to experience something that woke them up. For some people it was like a process, like things just kept on happening and you just kept on waking up until you start to like really see that, no man, something isn't right. Umbrella light scripted. Yeah. Mitch, thank you for answering. Thanks for asking. Because I think like that's what I want people to do. I want people to ask me questions. If you don't, especially if you don't agree with something that I've said before, like I'm here to answer questions. Because sometimes I do read comments and I'm like, "Ish, I wish that I can explain to this," but like sometimes I feel like I can even record a video responding to comments, because some things, if you type them, you would not have like really answered them the as like they are, like some answers to some questions are so damn complex that you need to really, like, you need to answer the person, like you need to interact with that person when you're answering that question, right? Than to just be commenting and then waiting for their comment and then you know what I mean? So that's why I'm doing this live. If you don't agree with something that I've said, tell me now and let's have a conversation. Let's see who's more right. um Yogs the God, there is no souls or spirits, it's all simply energy. You can put it that way, but sometimes we have to say souls, sometimes we have to say spirits, so that for for people to understand what we're really saying. You know what I mean? Because language is relative. If I'm talking to people that I don't know, like their level of consciousness or how they view reality, I have to speak in a way that I know they will understand me, even if they never like really looked at reality the way that I see it. So sometimes I can say, yeah, your soul leaves your body, this and that happened, just so that they can understand me, you know. But even energy is an illusion. Like there's no energy actually. It's all of it's an illusion. Like what really exists is consciousness. That's what's fundamental, and it's not something that can be seen. It's seen. Like you cannot see consciousness, you cannot measure consciousness, you cannot be outside of consciousness, and there can never be anything that's outside of consciousness that can see consciousness or that can influence consciousness from outside, right? So everything that influences consciousness is within consciousness, and it's happening within like an empty like it's not something that can be seen or measured. So even you shouldn't even look at it as energy, because even that is an illusion. Kesley, oh man, you're probably right. Kesley, and this is so confusing, and a bunch have agendas. Yeah, 100%. And the fact that people are having different NDEs should tell you something. You know, I do know that some people lie, some people just dream, but some people do have real NDEs. But then NDEs are not the same. It's not like they go and actually find themselves in the same place. That actually tells you how powerful consciousness is, right? That's why I'm saying your job in this reality is to charge yourself, so that no matter where you find yourself after this, it's no longer like this, right? You are so damn detached from what you hate about this. I don't think all scripted, but bunch of things in life and society is. Explain more. Why do you think that things that are not scripted? You think that things that are happening randomly? Tell me what are the things that you think are happening randomly? Because I know the truth, they have to work hard to take care of the prison body. Yeah, that's what sucks, man. That's a burden, right? That's a burden. Oh no. As crazy as this place is, the dream world is worse. Imagine this world without rules and without limitations. That is the world that gives life to this world. Here's what you must understand. There are places that you can find yourself where there's rules, but that are not prisons, right? Where people have agreed that okay, these are the rules that we must follow for things to actually work. But they are actual prisons where there are rules, and those rules are put in place to keep you stuck in that place, right? That is why this world is like this. So what you're saying would be like saying that a prison is good, because there are rules, there are people who are watching over prisoners and all that. Like, no, those are prisoners, right? So of course it's a prison, and they're not supposed to like being in prison, is it? So you must understand that the rules that we are supposed to follow uh, make it easy for us to become conscious, to become sovereign, right? To actually be free enough to make our own decisions, and decisions that are actually going to help us evolve as a collective. What has always happened in society is that some people became more powerful than others, and those people didn't want the people below them to reach the level that they are at. So what happened? They create rules to make it hard for these people to reach where they are at, to reach the freedom that they have. But they themselves are free compared to those who are at the bottom, right? That's what you must realize. So those who are at the top, they are free. In South Africa, politicians do whatever they want to do. That's what they're free, bro. But I can't do, you know, whatever. If I still $100 somewhere, I'm going to jail. But politicians can steal millions and they don't get arrested. You see, they're free. Rules are made for us to follow, not for them. You see, it's a lie. So that's what you must realize. Yog's the god. All things are concept. Energy, frequency, and vibration is the only thing that is real. How about astral projecting? And nothing is real. Yeah, you can astral project, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you go to like a physical world, a real world, or anything like that. End of time. Wow, I see your channel has grown quite a lot. Congrats, bro. It seems like you've been away for a while. Thanks, and thanks for joining the live. And Predator, when life is scripted, we have no free will. Or what do you mean? Um, Even if you had free will, it still wouldn't mean that it is not scripted. But yeah, you don't like as a human, you don't really have free will. What you are victim of causality. That's what you are. You're a victim of causality, right? Uh, if you were not watching this live right now, you probably would be doing something else, and whatever you would have been doing would actually make will cause things to happen that will not happen now because you are now watching this live, right? Whatever you would have been doing will cause you to think differently than you think now that you're watching this live, meaning that you watching this live is actually change your life. Like your life is going to be different because you literally watching this live. If you didn't watch this live, your life will not take the direction that it will take. So that's what I mean. Like there's no free will. We're victims of causality. Something has to happen for you to be a certain way, right? That's it. For you to actually have free will, you would need to be causing everything and consciously, like you would need to be causing everything that is happening and knowing that you're causing it and knowing why you're causing it, rather than things happening to you. you having thoughts that you don't even know where they come from, you having feelings you don't know where they're coming from, people coming into your life and saying some things and you don't know where they're coming from, why they're saying the things that they're saying. You see, that's not free will, that's causality. Shy Devo, I'll be honest, Benedictine, there's only a few in here that will understand and comprehend what you mean in how scripted our shared reality is. Yeah, but I think people are getting it. I think because but let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. I want people to ask questions. Raise. Everything is consciousness. Inconsciousness is an illusion. Yes, that's actually the best way to look at it. Cassandra, the truth we understand, but we feel helpless to do anything about being captured in unhappiness. No, I feel you. Ocean Estate. So what's up? Kesley, I've done it a bit long ago. Yolks. Antenatal is 223. Why do you keep on deleting your message? It says message retracted. Um, you also need to be detached from being attached to detachment as much. Um, yeah, it's a bit of a paradox, but because there's so many tricks that this force is playing on us to keep us trapped. So you have to be smart. That's the like you have to be smart. That's true. You're right. You are saving my life. I listen to you every day. I'm so happy there are more people like you out in the world. No, thanks. Thanks for joining the live. I think it's my first time actually seeing you on a live. Dylan, nah, just reality, but um, umbrella light, void, nothingness, young elder, Maya illusion matrix. Luca, have you heard about ecological overshoot? No, I haven't. It's my first time hearing about ecological overshoot. Malek, everything changed for me when I decided to leave my three jobs back in 2011. Everything began to open up. I'm still peeling off layers, but I've come a long way. No, that's dope because the jobs that people have, like these jobs keep them distracted. Um, the best thing would be to save up enough money to start something that allows you to feel more in control, right? Like to feel more in control, because when you are doing like you're taking orders from someone each and every day, I think that makes you feel powerless, and that can make you more attached to this. But then when you are free to just do what you want and you feel more powerful, right? So I think that's another way to kind of like escape this, you know, than to like feel hopeless. That hey, I have to listen to this person telling me what I must do, what I must not do, you know. Cassandra, wait, Rod. Okay, what if the earth is an important heart? Uh, what do you mean, Cassandra? The truth. How we know we ain't programmed or created yesterday? Oh, that's actually called last Thursdayism. Like, how do you know that the Earth wasn't started like a week ago, an hour ago? Time is an illusion. Everything is happening now, and all your memories are false. You can never really know anything, really. All you need to do is learn to detach yourself. Like that's your superpower is you detaching yourself. Bold. Finally, people with common sense. No, thanks for joining the live. The other side, I'm at work today, slaving away. If you can save up enough money and start something else, you know, that will be good. Um, Maybe try flipping, right? Like you buy something and sell it online. Like you buy a camera for 5,000 and sell it for six, right? Only buy the best because you're not desperate, right? So you buy the best and then you sell it at a much higher price. That's brilliant. That can make you money. I mean, if I had $200,000, that's what I'll be doing actually. I'll just be buying stuff and reselling them. That's it. Especially cameras and phones, right? You buy cameras and phones, live in a busy city, sell them, sell them, sell them. That's it. Like that really does work, and you won't have to be doing much. So yeah, that would be brilliant. So that yeah, just try to use this matrix against itself. That you can find yourself not being controlled by it that much. Main, we can talk about this prison every day, but what are we doing? What are we going to do about it? Now we're still in it, and we are working towards freeing ourselves every day, right? Remember, we are still in it, right? When you're still in it, you need to be talking about how to escape. It's like if you were, yeah, you were in a maximum prison and you wanted to escape. You need to talk about escaping until you escape, because you're still in it. You should be like, yeah, let me do other things. I want to escape next week, but now I'm just gonna do other things. I'm not even gonna think about escaping. Like, no, you need to be planning your escape. You need to be thinking about escaping. You need to keep on constantly checking if your plan is still gonna work. Shy Devo, there is chance history isn't real, but I think the history we know now will be forgotten in the age of Aquarius. I think this place keeps on getting reset, bro. Like they just keep on resetting it like that. Cassandra, the truth, we can't leave. They need our vote. We can vote. All jokes aside, this man is a genius. Thanks, vote. Uh, I don't think I would have scripted this crap, but maybe I'm just that good at scripting. That's actually funny. My heart, my horizon. Can I ask a question? One question. You should have asked a question that asking if you get asked. I want people to ask questions. Uh, it's called the Truman Show. Exactly. Like if you haven't watched the Truman Show, watch it after watching this live. Void within, without, and beyond emptiness. The other side, it's evil, false. May nothing is random in a simulation. Exactly. Like there's nothing that can be random in this. Like just like if someone created like a game in a computer, like like that you can play, right? Like it's not nothing is random. Everything has been put where it needs to be for the game to work. 1 million is the evil creator. Antinatalist 223. Question to Benedictine: are you still exploring? Yeah, I'm always exploring. I'm always exploring. But just keep on making content, bro. Thank you very much for your services. That say no, thanks, man. Loan, I get affected when I'm harmed by others for no reason in this realm. Yeah, that's the thing. This is the kind of realm that people have to free themselves from, because no matter how hard you try, it doesn't mean that you can't be affected at all. It just means that you can be less affected because you give other people less power than you used to give them. Robert, question: the moon is a luge for incarnated soul by the archons. You can tell yourself this, like anything that can actually help you wake up. But the more you wake up, the more things start to dissolve, right? The more things start to dissolve, the more you realize that even the moon itself is part of this, in the sense that it's not real, right? Like you can believe that it's real. You know what that's like? It's like if you were having a dream and there was a moon in your dream, and you believe that the moon is actually what's giving you, it's making is providing light, right? Or you're like, okay, the sun Is like the moon is just reflecting the light from the sun, blah 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 blah. But in your dreams, that's not true at all. The moon is not reflecting the light, but you believe that it is. It's the story that you tell yourself. So it's true, but it's not true. Like when you go much higher, like yeah, it isn't. Don't take 5-5. Where are you guys from? I'm from Poland. I'm from South Africa. Uh, I think other people will be able to say where they are from. I know physical life is temporary, but spirit is immortal. Yeah, you can look at it that way. The other side, wow, that's crazy. Yugs the god, replying to Dalen, the Demiurge and Archons got their foot on your neck. Lisa Kemper, hi chart peeps. Welcome, Hand Spirit, Pluto, Robert Enlid, Creepy Canada, yeah. Cassandra the Truth, nope, we can't die. Very, as we approach simulation reset, people, NPCs will be increasingly robotic and on autopilot. Actual players with spirits will be gradually exiting on their avatars. Yeah, and the more conscious you become, the more you realize that there are non-player characters in this reality. Like there was a time when saying non-player characters was taboo, but I think people are waking up so much that they're like, damn, there has to be non-player characters because there's no way that some people can be that unconscious. There's no way that some people can be that naive. There's gotta be non-player characters in this reality. So yeah, I think it will get to a point where it is more and more obvious that there are non-player characters, and yeah, things are going to become more and more weird. With the rise of AI, things that are supposed to be impossible are going to be possible, and that's also going to help us explain reality better. Those who came before us weren't able to explain reality the way that we're able to. Because the matrix itself is exposing itself by giving us the technology that it's giving us. It could have given us this technology a long time ago, but it was taking its time. And now we are realizing what is possible. The people who came before us, like the um, Gnostics, for example, they were like, "Oh, this is a dream. It's a dream. Oh, it's not a real world. Uh, it's a copy of a real world." But now, because we understand that it's possible to create simulations, we can call this a simulation. But like we were becoming more and more advanced, like when it comes to like explaining what reality is, and that is actually good. Because the matrix itself is exposing itself. It's showing us what it's actually capable of. When you see what AI is able to do now, you see what it's actually capable of. You can tell AI to create um, a video, and it create that video in a few seconds, right? Like that. So imagine what's going to happen 20 years from now. AI will be able to do what I'm doing, right? AI will be able to do what I'm doing, and you won't be able to tell that it's AI that's doing what I'm doing. So the fact that that will be possible in 10 years should actually tell you something about NPCs, because you'll be like, no, there are no NPCs. If that is possible, NPCs exist. Not only are they like it's possible to have NPCs, they are NPCs. Why wouldn't there be NPCs in a world like this? Very bereft of their critical thinking. Everything will be more technological AI because we were seeing the actual inner workings and mechanics of the motherboard system. This is necessary for a true wake up of the realm. No, that's true. Umbrella, final countdown. Cassandra, the truth. We already had a reset 2020. That's why people need so much instructions on YouTube. Yeah, of course, reality keeps like they do reset this reality, but I do think there's something crazy is gonna happen. Like something crazy is gonna happen soon. Plato's secret teachings, the one split into in the infinite mind of the great and the small, we unifying third, which count as a new one. I've never followed Plato's teachings. Know their self, brother. What do you think about non-duality? In Hinduism, they teach that a lot of suffering comes from we identifying ourselves with the ego. Okay, if we learn to separate our consciousness from the like, if we stop identifying with our ego, that doesn't mean that we're no longer in a hell realm. That doesn't mean that we no longer suffer. It just means that we suffer less. So the problem with many religions is that they exaggerate a lot, right? But like, yeah, if you stop exaggerating with your ego, you're gonna stop suffering. Like, no, you're gonna minimize your suffering. Doesn't mean that you're gonna stop suffering. You're gonna minimize your suffering. Yes, you mustn't identify with the ego. That's 100% true because this is not real, right? So that means that you know it's like if you were in a dream, right, and you identify with the dream character, you'd suffer a lot because you believe that the dream character is real. That's the real you. So you suffer more because you believe that that's the real you. But then if you separated yourself from the whatever you're dreaming yourself to be, you will suffer less. But that doesn't mean that you wouldn't suffer at all. Mike Hayek, yeah, it's all really confusing. Yeah, JZZ, do you think maybe human beings are a result of bad karma from past incarnations? I wouldn't say a result the result of like bad karma. I would say we are in a fallen state of consciousness, but that's not a bad way to look at it because we're in a fallen state of consciousness. So we fell into confusion, we fell into insanity. So that means that there was once a point where we were in higher states of consciousness where there was less confusion, but then we kept on falling into this madness, and it might actually get to a point where some people fall into deeper madness, right? With simulations being created, some people might decide to merge with AI and find themselves in some realities that are much more crazier than this. Like that's definitely going to happen within the next 100 years, right? Like there's going to be ways that people can be digitalized, right? Like they're going to be one with computer, like they're going to be inside a computer and all. Like that's going to be possible. So yes, you can look at it that way. So what I'm saying is that because this realm is in the real reality, because there are higher realms where we can be more free and have more answers, I'm saying it's important that we detach ourselves. Machiavelli, Tupac. Bro, why are you so negative always? Obviously, I'm not being negative now, so I don't know. I don't know why you are asking that question. This the truth is always positive. It's very, very important to realize that the truth is always positive in any situation that you ever find yourself in. If you acknowledge the truth, that's a positive thing to do. If you lie to yourself, that's a negative thing to do because that's going to make things worse for you. It's lies that you tell yourself that are actually going to make things worse for you. Is it? Some people believe that they have a positive mindset because they keep on lying to themselves. Like, nah, man. The strongest people are people who tell themselves the truth. If you are in a bad situation, you are in a bad situation. Acknowledge that and then do what you must do to free yourself until you find yourself in a good situation. And that's when you say, yes, I'm in a good situation. This is good, right? I'm just too conscious for this that I'm actually able to realize that there are a lot of messed up things that are actually happening. And I'm not going to like lie to myself just to be appreciated by the world, or lie to people just to be appreciated by the world. I'm going to speak the truth. Quantum immortality will be effed up like top QM scientists, according to Donald Hoffman, don't think even QM describes reality, but more this VR headset. Yeah, I like Donald Hoffman, but and he's not wrong about the things that he's saying, but it's not the highest truth. Like he's explaining reality the same way that, like in a way that's kind of like metaphorical. Let me put it that way. Like it's like he's explaining reality in a way that is metaphorical, but then it is, you know, a good way to explain reality, because a lot of people can understand when he explain reality that way. Valentine, okay, can you explain what a lush farm is? I saw you mention it in a recent video. A lush farm is a place where conscious beings are being tortured for their energy. You know, when they're being tortured, they are able to release something that Robert Monroe calls loosh. And yeah, Robert Monroe, is he still? I think he died a long time ago. But yeah, he coined this term like loosh. Like, yeah, what he believes is that there are beings that actually that are torturing us, that are making us suffer in this world, because when we're suffering we release this energy that he calls loosh. So they keep on torturing us so that we'll release this energy, and that's why there's so much suffering in the world, right? Like that truly does explain suffering. You know, every time you cry when something bad happens, you're releasing this energy that these beings want. You know, Gnostics call them archons, Christians call them demons. You know, I would call it artificial intelligence. But yeah, um, Lush is what is the energy that people release when they're in pain, and these there are beings that actually want that. They are able to uh, survive because they are, you know, they're absorbing that kind of energy. Diligence, humility. Do the elite know about the soul trap, and are the beings they worship the beings that created this realm? Oh, that's a very, very good question. Obviously, those who are at the top in a realm like this, they have to be put there by something that wants them to be there, and that wants to control the rest of us, and that wants to use them to control the rest of us. So they might not know, or maybe some of them do, but some of them might not really know. They might just be taking orders. You know, they might be told, hey, this is what you gotta do. You know, go on stage and slap someone. You know, be naked. You know, say that you hate this kind of people, so that, you know, a lot of people, you know, will be talking about that. Do this, do that. But yeah, some people might actually know that what's actually going on, who are at the top, who are like working closely with those entities, you know, because I think these entities are able to communicate with those who are vibrating at their frequency. So if people are like vibrating at the frequency that they're vibrating on, they're able to like to communicate with them. So they give these people power to like rule over the world. So they gotta know some secrets. Cassandra, nobody on life for cheating. They want to join in just to gear some excitement in this life. Life. What do you mean? What do you mean? JB in the world, but not of it. Yep, it's best way to put it. Tom Hill, is this ground below you, your feet spinning faster than sound? I don't know. Machiavelli responding to internationalists, but it doesn't benefit you to be negative all the time. Loon, evil people win in this world. It feels like because they can just attack you and you can't do anything except not react. No, this matrix has been created so that we'll give our energy to 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 the force that controls everything, and we give it energy by you know doing what the animals be doing. Right, that's why things happen the way that they happen in the world. Like we're supposed to compete and be on top. When the more we try to work together, the more we starve these forces. So that is why this world rewards negativity than it rewards positivity. Mitch Mansell, Benedictine, how do you find compassion to deal with unintelligent, low vibrating? How do you balance to educate them, enlighten them, as opposed to removing from the situation? This is a very good question. I think if you really understand that most people are not supposed to be conscious, and you being conscious, you've literally had to overcome a lot. It can make it easier for you to be patient, right? Like, no, not everyone can be like you. It's like if you knew how to do something better than everyone else. Let's say you knew how to play soccer than everyone else. You'll be more patient with people who can't play soccer like you can if you appreciate your level of talent, right? So that's, I think you should look at it that way, that some people are just like children, like they still need to grow. Some can never grow, but some still need to grow, and some of them will actually be able to grow. They will be able to wake up. There are people who used to be very ignorant but who are able to wake up. It's like something needs to be unlocked inside them for them to wake up. Some people even wake up much faster than everyone else. There might be people who are actually unconscious now, but once that thing is unlocked, a year from now they'll be more advanced than people who have been awake for like 15 years, right? So you gotta be patient, take your time. You don't necessarily need to try to wake people up like that, if because that you can actually push them away, but just be real when you need to be real without necessarily trying to wake them up, right? They can sense, like, people learn a lot from those who are conscious, right? You might not realize it, but people learn a lot from you because you are operating at a very high level of consciousness. So they can wake up, but they might not even like want to acknowledge that they're waking up because maybe they're embarrassed to say they're waking up. But then there will be time when they're so damn woke that they just can't hide it anymore. There are people who I've had conversations with in the past who I thought weren't waking up, and then years later I met them again, and I realized that they think exactly the way that I think, and they'll not even give me credit. But I'll be like, yeah, it's because of the conversation that we had. Because last time when we had a conversation, you seemed like you would never ever like understand what I was saying, but now you seem to agree with me. So yeah, we must try to be patient. But yeah. It's not easy. Yang's the God. We can learn from each other, but in the end, our reality is what we create it to be. Wisdom is applied knowledge. I agree. Dylan, humanity' biggest strength is together, which is good point on religion. And predator at Young, you are talking about this concept like people who are strong believers in God, occult and stuff might be interesting, but you seem to be just blind believer. Loon responding to me. I definitely can a lot of the time. The other side, I don't love this world. If I never woke up, that would be great. I think it's good to kind of like do this for as long as possible. And the reason why is because you will learn a lot. I do believe that there are a lot of things that you have learned this year alone. And these things are important because they are preparing you for whatever you're going to face after this thing. Like I keep on telling you that the level of manipulation that we're dealing with now is nothing compared to the level of manipulation that we're going to deal with after, because that's when we'll be dealing with some shape shifting icons, whatever. Like, you know, you've had people who have had NDEs. They told you what they dealt with. You know, they told you that, hey, I met Jesus, I met Allah, I met this and that. Uh, I mean, in this reality, if, for an example, something took over my body and started talking to your guys, you wouldn't even be able to realize that something took over my body, right? So imagine if you find yourself in a reality where you're dealing with some shape shifting beings that you don't know can shape shift. That's the highest level of manipulation because they can appear as anything. You know, they can appear as the person that you've loved the most in this reality. This reminds me of this other episode of Rick and Morty, where they were like these mind parasites, like these alien beings that were able to install memories in people's heads and in people's brains, and they would just to make them love them, right? Be like, yo, I was your friend for a very long time. We met then there. So there was this other parasite that made this guy like what was this guy's name in Rick and Morty? The guy that was married that married Beth. So this parasite made him believe that they were in love. Oh, it's Gary. Yeah, his name is Gary. So he made Gary believe that they were in love, right? Because he installed false memories into his brain. So now Gary believes that they were in love. So when they killed that alien parasite, he actually wanted to hold it because he was so in love with it, right? So some of y'all are gonna have to deal with something like that. You know, maybe you've lost your loved one in this reality, you meet them in the next reality, and you have to deal with that. You know, because you love them so much, but you find that it's not even them, because you'll be dealing with some shape shifting beings that you weren't even ready for. Mitch, love's gonna get you. Boogie down production. Mike Hike, life is tragic. It's crazy, man. God, AI. I don't know if love will be ever possible after this. Um, what do you mean? Replace the pre-given images with your own images and hide the layer behind your infinite light. So if you stop loving these things in this world, do you still practice self-love? That is self-love, actually. That is self-love. You stop unloving things that are not you, right? You stop unloving things that are not you. So if you unlove things that are not you, then you're loving you. That's it. That's the only like you are actually waking up to your true self. So this is the ultimate um, form of love. It's understanding what you are. Like I keep on telling you that love is understanding. So it's understanding what you really are. Robert in lead. Life is a scenario, a theater movie. Yeah, that's the best way to look at it. That's the best way to look at it. Mike Hike, what should internalists do? What do you mean? Because I think we are already doing what we're supposed to be doing. Cellwood 1989. I don't understand how people can think there is an eternal afterlife. Will it not get boring at some point when you think about it? None of it makes sense. Mm. There is no heaven, there is no hell. Like that should be obvious to everyone by now, right? That should be obvious that we've been told these things by people that we have interacted with in this reality, right? It's not like something outside of this reality came to us and actually gave us that knowledge. That must be understood. However, we must also understand that the only thing that exists is consciousness. The only thing that exists is awareness, and awareness itself is eternal. But it doesn't necessarily mean that just because consciousness is eternal, it's going to be stuck in one reality forever. Like it's not really going to be like that. Consciousness is constantly trying to uh, create experiences for itself. That is why it's hard for you to just chill and not think. Like you're constantly thinking. So that's what consciousness does. It's constantly trying to like create experiences for itself. So what you need to be doing is detaching yourself from this reality so much that consciousness is no longer manifesting this. Like it's so like energetically. I mean, it cut ties with this realm so much that it no longer think in a way that makes it manifest something related to this realm, right? Like it's so detached from it that it doesn't care about it anymore. Like that's the job here. That's the job that everyone should be doing. D nice side. What if we are also wrong and the AI wants us to think the way we do? That is a good question. Actually, that's a brilliant question. Just like I keep on telling you that everything is scripted. So the question is, what if we are also wrong? And the AI also wants like it's playing us, like it's playing everyone. That's a good way to look at it. And you looking at it that way is brilliant because if that is what is happening, that's actually gonna help you escape. You see? Because you're like, wait, what if I'm being played? So that's gonna make you think more deeply than you think. And if I'm also being played, if I'm also being made to think the way that I think, how do I operate outside of this? Right? Like that's actually brilliant. Theory. The only verifiable truth is the current reality. You are perceiving this very moment. Do you agree? Yeah, 100%. 100%. I've been saying that for a very long time. We live in the past. It already happened. Hmm, that's interesting. My only true girlfriend is Samantha, but in an ironical way, being loyal or cheating is basically a social construct. Hmm, I love that. I love that, and I actually wanted to make a video about it, but that's that's true. That's actually true. Hmm. Dylan, chat post favorite quotes from this topic. JBO, from a perspective where you think you are in heaven, things will seem planned because there's no worries. But if you are suffering, you are more conscious moment to moment. No. Like, hi, what is the human soul made of? There is no human soul. No, it's predetermined. Explain it to a child of 4 years old why with a brain tumor. Raise past, present are illusions. Only the future exists. Mm, interesting. Miss Marshall, are you afraid of happy feelings? Do you see happiness as a weakness? Do you look down on people who choose to be happy? Those who look beyond the horror around them? Nope. Unless they don't see the horror around them. So they're not actually looking at the horror, like they're not putting the horror behind them. They don't see it at all. There are some people who just don't see the horror. So they're happy because they don't see the horror. It's not like they're choosing to put the horror behind them. That's what you must understand. So I see that as a weakness. If you don't see the horror around you, that's a weakness. But if you can see the horror and you still find happiness, you deserve this. Like if you can see the horror and still find happiness, like I would love for you. But I still haven't met a person who sees the horror and who's like happy. They find peace, yes, but they're not happy with how things are. So they can find peace. I know people who are peaceful because they are too damn conscious now that they don't really care much. They know that what they need to be doing. But uh, the people that I know who are truly happy are people who just don't see the horror. Like, yeah, they do see bad things happening, but they don't really see what is happening. It's like you can see something, but not really realize what it means, you know, not realize why it's happening, how the people involved are being affected. They're unable to put themselves in other people's shoes, right? They're only seeing what's happening to them, and you find that what's happening to them at that time is good. So they wake up only when bad things happen to them because they are too damn unconscious to see what is happening around them. That's the thing. Loon, I wonder if this is all supernatural or if it's nature evolution. Um, I'm leaning towards supernatural than evolution. Paraphrase code: imagination, empathy, intuition. So would respond to my like it's made of white cream. Are you talking about lush? GPO, GBO. They keep saying this is a dream. I think it's a good way to look at it. It's a dream. But anytime, why did you delete my comments? Why will I delete anyone's comment? I never delete. Like ever since I created this channel, I never deleted anyone's comments. Like I never delete people's comments. I never do that. If you comment nonsense and that I feel is gonna mislead people, I'll probably try to like respond in a way that will make people see that your comment is nonsense, but I'm never going to delete anyone's comments. You know, everyone is free to comment whatever they want to comment, but if you just insult me, I'm not going to respond. I don't care. But if you post something that I feel like is going to mislead people, I'm going to be like, you know what, I need to respond to this so that people will not be misled. I think that's better. But deleting people's comments is that's not what I'll do. Minch, I like how you acknowledge your audience may be advanced. These issues different. I like how you acknowledge your audience may be advanced. Or yeah, exactly. No, they are like I've I communicate with people on Insta. Like if you haven't followed me on Instagram, follow me on Instagram. I like having conversations with people on Instagram. Is it? And I learn a lot. Like I learn a lot from the people that I communicate with. I like communicating about what's going on in the world, what is reality, and all. Like I like doing that. So yeah, I learn a lot too. Mike, how would you describe your leadership style? Um, Is this such like a leadership style? I don't even look at myself as a leader, so I don't know. Like, just elaborate more on your question. Mm, Craig Harris, this force is the subconscious mind. It's an automation. Um, let's say something that is operating on a subconscious level. It's not necessarily the subconscious mind, but it's something that is operating that on a subconscious level. So we don't really know how it's like operate, like how it's making this reality possible, right? But it's not our subconscious itself that is manifested this. It's like our subconscious have given its power away to something, not outside of it, something that it has created. That's what I'm saying. It's best to look at this force that is controlling things as artificial intelligence, right? So it has given its power to this artificial intelligence, and then this artificial intelligence has been controlling things in this realm. Kinsight, but yes, get 2, 3 jobs to have a chance of escaping the matrix. Yeah, if you can get these like good jobs while you're still young and make enough money, and yeah, start maybe a business that's gonna allow you to be free to just do what you want to do. That would be brilliant. That would be brilliant. Cassandra, the truth, real souls are being observed for our okay, are being observed for our talent, dreams, compassion, and ideas. Mm, yeah, yeah. I've never really looked at it that way, but that makes sense. And Mendam may not physically be in Mendam any longer, but perhaps his heart is. What do you mean, Dylan? It said that only as kids get to experience pure energy. I think I need to get another chair. And like, I'm actually tired of sitting like this. Let me get another chair. Yeah, this should be better. Yeah, this is better. This is way better. I was actually tired. Yeah, this is better. It said that only oh, I've already read this. Everyone hit the like button. Yeah, everyone hit the like button. 98. Like, this has to be the best live that we've done so far. 98 likes. Let's keep on liking this live. We need to go above 100. Craig Harris. I have to meditate so that I will watch the live later. Now that's good. That's good. Oceanic Estate. It's always possible to reconnect with source energy. Yeah. But even if you are in heaven, you still keep waking up in a body that has demands and needs. Mm, Mike Hike, how do you determine or evaluate success? No, this is a good question. That is a good question. Yeah, a lot of people will say that success is you getting the things that you want in this realm, but they don't realize that most of the time, to get the things that we want to kind of like have to lose our souls, you know. I'm just like speaking in a language that I think people are going to understand. But you lose your soul in the process. Like most of the time when you try to get what you want, you lose your soul, right? So I would say success is you waking up, right? It's not you enjoying your life because you are already in a messed up realm. So I would say it's you waking up to the reality of this realm. That's what I would consider success. Just like if you were in prison, I wouldn't say success is you being able to um, enjoy your life by hurting other people, controlling other people, and all that. Like I wouldn't say that is success. I would say success will be like realizing that you're in prison, especially if you're in a prison where you're not supposed to realize that you're in prison. You first realizing that you're in prison, that is success, because that means that there's a chance that you might actually escape. Oshonik is that correct? JB, heaven is in the free of good and evil, but the tree is evil or attachment. Uh, the land cycle of life, create and destroy, cause effect, learn, teach. The do you know that the prison called life, not in real life. Um, Ralph Benedictine gets drunk on beer, but intoxicated on truth. Mm. I like that. But I don't even get drunk. It's crazy. The tree of death is the root of heaven, attached to his physical. Games dog. Is it possible to use our intention to make things better for ourselves here? In manifestation BS. Oh, his manifestation BS. Um, because consciousness is fundamental and consciousness is the dreamer of reality, it's possible for create consciousness to create anything, but there will be something that will always be fighting against you manifesting what you want, because you are in a world where this force exists, and it depends on you being ignorant, it depends on you giving its power, you see. So that's the thing. So yes, you are powerful because your consciousness, but it will always, this force will always fight back. That's what you must realize. And that's why I keep on telling people that even if you can manifest your desired reality, that doesn't mean that you're not in hell. That doesn't mean that you mustn't work on waking up. Because in this realm, there will always be this force that will always be fighting you. It's like if you were in prison, even if you're enjoying your life, it wouldn't mean that you're not in prison, because you're not really free, right? You still have to be taking orders. They still have to tell you when to go to bed and when to eat and all that. 127. I can't believe into they nobody is preaching about Jesus. What are you talking about? Hina Yoko, hi Benedictine. Do you think that the joy, what people saying is just distracting from the pain and boredom of this life? Um, I'll say like most people chase joy, chase happiness as a way to escape some truth, like this, as a way to escape something truthful about life, right? It's like we can't, like it's hard for people to be by themselves and be doing nothing fun. Just be by yourself. That's why it's not easy for people to meditate. because they're trying to always escape themselves. They're always trying to escape something true. Games though, what was your favorite WWH match ever? It might have been Shawn Michael and the Undertaker. The I think the first match. Yeah, yeah. The first match between um Shawn Michaels and the Undertaker. I thought there was a dope match. Team Ame, I love you, man. If anything, just hold on to that. Thanks, man. Thanks. Mike, Hike, what motivates you? Um, what motivates me is my curiosity. Like I wanna know. So what keeps me going is me uncovering new truth every day, reaching new insights, like understanding reality better than I used to understand it. So that keeps me going. That keeps me motivated. Rose, humans preach about Jesus coming back more and more because life is becoming more and more disinterest. They yearn for a savior from their precocious situation. The fact that we have been believing in Jesus for the longest time and we haven't seen anything that actually proves that Jesus really existed and he's gonna come back tells us something about where we are. Like we need hope, right? Like this sucks so bad that we would believe in something that we have no evidence of its existence because what can we do, right? Do you read a lot, man? No, I don't really read. Like I haven't read that many books really in my life. Like um if I read a book, it's because I came across someone maybe on YouTube and they were talking about their book and I realized that they were very conscious. So I was like, you know what, I gotta read this guy's book because he's very conscious. But in general, I don't read. Jesus in Thomas never spoke about returning again or about a so-called Messiah. Yeah, that's what's interesting. Like in the Gnostic Gospels, Jesus was different, and these books might have been written before the New Testament. So that's what a lot of Christians should realize. And prior to or responding to Yorks, how to throw information out? Can you unsee what you saw and just forget or erase certain things of the past? Let's be real, not possible. Yeah, I get you. I get you. These reviews. Thank you for everything, brother. While meditating, I spoke to my higher self and it told me that I am God and I have been playing the game of being human for thousands of years. Yeah, man. It's best to look at yourself as a God than to say there is some God outside of you, than to give your power to something that's supposed to be outside of you. That would be like being in a dream and giving your power to your dream character. Like, nah, dude, it doesn't help. Abdu Man 17, do you also think our souls die at 18 and we get buried later? Look at Kid V's and adult on average. The adult looks soulless and defeated. No, that's an interesting way to look at it because when I was younger, I felt like I had more life, but now it's almost as if like there's something that has died inside. So that's an interesting way to look at it. But I wouldn't say that's true, but then I would say that's an interesting way to look at it. GBO, why can't we remember how we got here? Yesterday, I wanted to talk about a different topic. I remember when I was sleeping, there's this great topic that I wanted to talk about. I remembered it and I was like, yeah, okay. I mean, it just came as an insight right into my head, and I was like, you know what, this is what I'm gonna talk about, and then Before I fell asleep, I felt as if something wiped off my memory. Like I felt like something just wiped off my memory, and I couldn't remember the topic. Like it just happened in 3 4 seconds, and I was like, "What's going on here?" So this force, I think it's capable of wiping off our memories whenever. Sometimes when we have great ideas, I think it does. Like it doesn't just do that. Like when we wake up from our dreams. I mean, it's interesting, to realize that we don't remember most of our dreams, right? And it seems like what the dreams that we remember them because it can't wipe everything off. It's like we're not supposed to remember our dreams at all. It's like this force doesn't want us to remember anything, but then it just can't wipe off our memories completely. That should tell us something. What's your mode of acquiring knowledge? It's intention, right? It's intention. What you must realize is that once you focus on something, you say, this is what I want, this is what I want to understand, somehow it comes to you. But not, it might come to you in different ways, right? It's like, if you think about someone, you might go on Facebook and actually see their profile. They might actually call you, or you meet them, or someone tells you about them, right? That's kind of like how things work. If you want truth, the truth will come to you, but in different ways. It might not necessarily come to you in the way that you expect, right? But it will come to you. You'll be on YouTube, and then you come across this great channel where a lot of truth is spoken. Sometimes it will come in the form of insights, right? Sometimes your dreams, like you're gonna have dreams where you're interacting with some beings that are actually giving you some really, really dope insights, and you realize what the truth is. Sometimes through experiences, you're gonna experience something that's gonna make you understand life better because your intention, like that's what you want, truth. So life will give you truth because that's what you want. Dreams of being a pilot or a fireman just don't get old enough to leave it. Now, how the hell is that free will? Mm. Ray Ray's Lowell. Think of a video game. You imagine the law behind the characters. I mean the characters and their lives outside the game, but you are lying to yourself. That's the same way religious goes. Yeah, true, true. I see the problem with a lot of you is that you are too attached to the outcomes of this world. Everything has purpose and nothing truly dies. Concerning the true free will, most cannot even marry someone they love. Have to settle. That's crazy, actually. Raise purpose is just a concept. There is no such thing. Yeah, I agree. Dylan didn't mean that. People keep saying we have the power to become gods, but while we are here, there will always be a limit to manifestation. Yes, while we are here, but not indefinitely. Miss Marshall, you can still be conscious and choose to be happy. Choose to laugh and love. Won't you be like kind of like lying to yourself? I mean, people can lie. People have put on fake smiles. They do that all the time. I've seen people lie about how they're doing in life. I've seen people pretend to be happy, but it doesn't mean that they're actually happy. You see, you can lie to everyone else, but you cannot lie to yourself. I don't even remember most of my dreams. That's what's crazy, man. Jenny Point Home. Benedict, Are you familiar with Celestial Man from the Hypercosmo of Truth, Agathon Goodness? No, no, no. I'm not. I'm not. Miss Marshall, do you ever laugh? I want to make you laugh for real, for your health. I mean, I always laugh on my views. I do like comedy, so I laugh. I don't think anyone volunteered to come here. Things are just the way they are. Yeah, it's manipulation, man. Maybe we were lied to. I remember I gave this example when I was doing an interview with Mark. I said, uh, in 2020 we were forced to do this, right? Remember, we were told that that will make us survive. But what if something was being done to us that we don't know is being done to us? So it's kind of like how it works. It's like you consent, but not to this. You don't know what you're really consenting to. So it's kind of like how I would say it works. Rose, you're trying to make everything you say fit in your own narrative. You think so? Explain more, because you might be right, but I don't think you are. So you have to be specific so that I'll show you what is more true. When you tell me the truth, it feels like love and life. Thanks, thanks. This realm is not really created or manifested. It's more like a light spirit was stolen and pointlessly hurried into some dead mob. It's not thoughtful enough to be considered creative. Mm, no, there's sense in that. Truth hurts our ego. True. Ego cannot be hurt. Truth. Okay, ego cannot be hurt. Truth and ego are polar opposites. What do you mean? Mitch man, so some people only acknowledge the truth when it doesn't affect them in a negative way. Yeah, I know that, and that's what sucks. That's why some people never grow. Like to grow, you must be able to accept the truth, right? Like your ability to grow is like proportional to like how you like your ability to accept truth, right? People who don't accept truth never grow. Period. SBJ, I've come to the conclusion that dream and death are similar. Yeah, look at it that way. JB said, because we have a loving nature, we love our bodies, not knowing that we have to leave them one day. So the very nature of reality doesn't make sense. What do you mean? We don't know that we will have to leave our bodies one day. When you die from your dream, you wake up. I mean, that tells us a lot about this reality. You know, when I tell people that when you die, you wake up, they like you crazy. What do you mean? Like you wake up? Like you actually do wake up. Like it's best to look at this as a dream, right? So that it will be much easier for you to detach yourself. Because if you don't look at it as a dream, you're gonna take it more seriously than you need to take it, and that's gonna make you suffer more. The same way that when you're dreaming, you suffer more when you take the dream too seriously. Nicholas, Amanda's soul reincarnation trap. The sun gives energy to the moon births. Yeah, the background stories are what keeps us trapped. Like the background stories keep us trapped. Miss Marshall, do you ever cry for real physical emotion that overcomes you? I have cried before, but I haven't cried in a very long time. Mike, hi, how could something come from nothing? That's a good question. And that's why I'm telling you that consciousness is fundamental because nothing can come out of nothing. And you might say, oh, what about consciousness? If consciousness is fundamental, it must come from something. No, no. Consciousness is empty. There is nothing. Consciousness itself is nothingness. So that is why only consciousness exists. Because if something had to come out of nothing, there must have been a first particle that came out of nowhere into this universe. And then another particle came out of nowhere into this universe. Another particle came, you know what I mean? But if nothingness exists, then it will mean that, yeah, consciousness itself is nothingness. It's just awareness. That's it. Like there's nothing that is sourcing consciousness. Consciousness is God. Yep. Dear reviews, thank you for everything, brother. While meditating, I spoke to a higher self and he told me that I'm God. Oh yeah, I remember I saw this comment. That's great. That's great. Raise consciousness is the tool God uses if he exists to know himself better. Nah, consciousness is not a tool. Consciousness is God. Like consciousness is all there is. It's not a tool. Like there is nothing behind consciousness, right? There's not consciousness is everything. Become the ultimate alchemist. Yep. Says GB. Dreams we have are parts of the other dimensions we are in. You are not meant to remember a full life, but if you do when you are dead, you break the cycle. Yeah, but we need to work with what we have, like the memories that we have. These are the memories that we need to work with. These memories can help us awaken. Because I mean, if we remember everything, we would have awakened already. Like that will be awakening, basically. So we're not supposed to remember. This AI knows exactly what we are. If we remember the truth, we awaken. So it doesn't want us to awaken. So it has to keep us, in this. All right, I'm coming back, guys. I'm coming back in a minute. It's actually becoming colder. It moves galactic away and attract gold. If you can call consciousness God, I can call a rock the creator of the universe. It accomplishes nothing just to give a sentient being another coping mechanism. Mm. What do you think is God? And if there is no God, what do you think? What do you think is sourcing this reality, and what do you call it? Dylan, pick a side, love or hate, and or both, which is perfect for this reality. Motherfuckers. Yeah. JD, I think Benedictine just isn't God to your comment yet. And guys, think about it. All this talk, God, esoteric, whatever, it is to relieve suffering. But if you are in your own mind, respectively, talking about stuff or thinking live, lives, how maybe just live, love, laugh, love is the solution. SBJ, so try to remember your dreams and when you are meant to remember the full life cycle. JBO, I don't even like the word God because it automatically implies that we will be separated from our true essence. Yeah, it's just words. You know, sometimes I say, uh, I say, like I use the words that people are familiar with to, you know, for people to be able to relate to what I'm saying. Okay, Miss Marshall, we are all meat. We are all flesh. I don't eat a chicken because I cannot kill a chicken. Yeah, that's dope. Like that's a good way to look at it. I do not take mama cow milk because that is her baby milk, not my milk. I always, you know, tell people who like milk that it doesn't really make sense that we're drinking milk that other animals produce when they have offspring, like an offspring. Like it doesn't make sense. You know, obviously, you know, milk is only produced for the offspring. Like that's true, right? We can lie to ourselves however we want to, but it's the truth. When you guys speak about the script, the first thing I think of is then destiny. I feel like our earth was predestined to be a clown show to see if any conscious effort will go to fix it. I don't think that's the reason, but yeah. How is consciousness an illusion when it's all we've ever known? Consciousness is not an illusion, but what consciousness produces is an illusion, right? Meaning the awareness of the dream is not in itself an illusion, but the dream is the illusion. Dylan, exactly the being and overwhelming energy doesn't give a fuck. It shouldn't. We are absolutely nothing to a being like that. But evil or good can't but be in awe and the creator and its creation. Miss Marshall, what do you think about cannibalism? When we eat animals, we are being cannibals, really. Like when you really, like, if you want to be honest, because they are like us, you know, they have blood, they have bones, you know, they kind of like us. So that's cannibalism. Like, if we need to be truly honest, you know. SBJ, because when we die, we have the chance to go back to where we came from. It isn't about the life you are living right now. Most of us ain't aware that we died, and when you ain't aware, you get sent back to Earth. Mm, that's an interesting way to look at it. Consciousness is a phenomenon. All phenomena are ephemeral. Strive diligently for your liberation. Yeah, 223 soldier. Observer effect shows we live in a game. Yes. Yep. The observer changes the property of the observed. Huh? If we can change the properties of the observed, that tells us something. Someone says cannibal in chat, lol. No, that's actually funny because why did you ask that question? And like, I'm actually curious. Tell me why you asked that question because it's a weird question to ask. It's just like if you were in a show where you were asking this person questions and you were like, yo, what do you think about cannibalism? Hey, that's an odd question to ask, to be honest. Uh, SBJ, when do you get most of your thoughts? When do you get most of your thoughts? Where or when? I'm always thinking like 24/7. So I can't really say when because I'm always thinking. Miss Marshall, don't be hating on the hybrid meat. Brian Neo, are you vegan? Yes, Brian. Jenny Point Home. Benedict, are you familiar with? So no, you've already asked me, and I'm not. Soldier, conscious people run this energetically. Mm, there's a lot going on. Miss Marshall was a savage. Haram above. The observer is the observed. Sam, life is beautiful. I think this realm is beautiful. Um, I'm Tufaila. Discovered that my primary soul aspects were not were not benefiting from my spiritual trials. Okay, they were stuck in hell rooms somewhere, and still an autopilot dreamtime behavior. This matrix cheats hard. Mm. The sun is the positive radiating energy. The moon is the negative absorbing energy. Holy hedge case cease to exist, and I agree. Oh, it's a response to someone else. Sam, one day you'll stand before God. Yeah, I'll stand before myself. 100%. One day I will stand before myself and be like, what was that? So Sam is saying that I'm leading people away from the truth. Like, one question that I need to ask you is, why should God be evil? Right? Because the God that you are presenting is evil. Like, just the way that you're presenting this God shows that he's evil. Just you saying that I'll stand before him. Right? I'm gonna stand before him and he's gonna judge me for all the things that I've said that were coming from a real place. Right? These things that are being said are coming from a place of truth. There's no lies that are being said here. You understand? Everything that I'm saying is what I think is true, right? So why will God punish me for saying things that I think are true? Think about it. So if your God punishes me, it automatically means that he's evil. So why should he be evil? Don't you think that you are praising a God that you see yourself in? You're praising a God of that believes in revenge, because you believe in revenge. There are no NPCs, just spirits with a low level of awareness. Nah, there's definitely NPCs, man. Like, why wouldn't there be NPCs? Like, I want you to answer this question. Why wouldn't there be NPCs? Miss Marshall, Benedictine, have you ever witnessed true suffering and turn your back on it? I probably have, but I don't really remember, but I probably have. I mean, I'm 31 years old, so yeah, I probably have. Haram above. I stand before my Creator daily. They are angered by false religions and tyrants. This was never meant to be a hell realm. Humanity believes morals, compliance, and obedience to be as they are not real. Nah, I think this realm is exactly what it was supposed to be. If it wasn't, it would have been fixed. That is why when we create something and it has faults, we fix it. We don't let it, operate even if it has faults. We try to fix it. We try to change it and make it better. So the reason why this room is the way that it is because it was actually created to be exactly what it is. Holy Hedge, responding to Sam, leading people from the truth, exactly what he doing. Yep, truth and misdirections. What is the truth? Miss Marshall, AI can not breastfeed. Morgan Tooley. Did you see that the author Philip K. Dick said his books are actually memories from an alternate life and that he thinks that God doing it is evil. What God is doing is evil. Now, I don't know. I'm not familiar with his work, but that's interesting. What the fuck is AI and why is it being taken seriously? What talking like a video game or AI like computers? Um, um, I would say it's the best way to look at it is the best way to look at it the same way that we look at AI now, right? Not really that it's AI, it's just that it's the best way to look at it because it is artificial. It's not true consciousness. Like we're not dealing with a force that is actually conscious. We're dealing with a force that operates more like AI, right? That lends our behavior, right? It's learning about consciousness and it's figuring out how to keep consciousness trapped, right? Like that's how it's keeping us trapped. It's learning a lot about how we create things, how we think. So it's predicting our moves and all that. So it's figuring out how to counter our moves. Think of it this way: it's like if they created artificial intelligence that can fight, and in the beginning you were beating it because it doesn't know how to fight yet, but then it's learning how to fight from you, and then it uses your own techniques against you because it learns quickly. Sam say we can only trust one and only. Why? Like ask yourself this question. Have you met this God? Have you spoken to this God, or someone just happened to convince you that there's a God, and to even convince you that they know what who this God is, and you believe that, and now you're coming here and telling us about this God that you believe? Like it's like if someone scams you, and now you want to go and scam everyone. Like you don't believe that you're scamming everyone else. Like they scammed you and you don't think that you've been scammed, so you are scamming. It's like what do they call that thing? Pyramid scheme thing, right? It's like that. The hype around AI right now is just terminal capitalism and psychosis. Actually, saying ideas mean nothing. I think that's not a response to me. Oh, it's a response to Sam. Sam will wake up. You being here actually means that you're supposed to wake up. Like there's no way you can be like so damn ignorant that you're not even responding to what is being said. You just want people to just believe in God as if you have met him. There will be like a kid telling other kids to believe in Santa Claus. Like, stop stressing. Santa Claus exists. Like, Nah, man. Joseph, what about what Buddhists and Hindus outlook? Um, well, what about, yeah, what the Buddhists and Hindus outlook? We must meditate to recognize our egoic mind causes more suffering. Yeah, it's true. It is true. But like I was saying, it doesn't automatically mean that you're gonna escape this. It just means that you will suffer less once you realize that. But it doesn't really mean that you're gonna escape this by meditating. To seek our one. Are we in the season of certain? Mm, what do you mean? You give me more context. S- Sprout, I don't think you are being negative at all. You are just being honest, and that's a good thing. I think people who accuse you of being negative either just don't understand or are in denial. 100%. 100%. Theorem above, no God will create evil. Would they create, okay, they create choice and freedom of it. Tell that to an innocent prisoner. Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, 100%. Um, I mean, just the fact that sentient beings are capable of harming one another, that tells you something about this realm. You know, because even if you are innocent, even if you don't want to harm anyone, you can be harmed. So that's evil. So we cannot say, like, if you want to believe in the Christian narrative, you cannot say that God is good for creating that, like putting us in that kind of situation where we can be harmed by other people, and we're supposed to blame these people instead of blaming Him. You know, you gotta blame the one who put you in that situation. Ben Hard, God told me this on a mushroom tree. Everything is my creation. It's not on you to decide what's good or bad. Yeah, that's because you have created this God and you have given this God your power. So that's what He told you. Just like when you're dreaming, you can have a conversation with God and He can tell you something that you're going to believe. Crocodile, fraternal orders, institutions. What's that? My new favorite is when someone calls Benedictine negative. It doesn't even make sense, to be honest. Like the things that I'm explaining everything that I'm saying, so you can't really say, like, a person can't really say it's negative. What does waking up mean to you? It means realizing. Here, it means realizing what, like, the highest truth is, right? Like, that's waking up. It's realizing what you don't know. So you keep on waking up because you keep on realizing what you don't know. I'll be back in a second. hope you can still hear me because my microphone fell down, so I don't know if it still works. Can't trust this cheap. But 256. Let me see if we still have like 43%. That's actually good. Duality is a concept. Duality is reality. Duality and reality are words that are pointing to something else. Godspeed. Do you ever have any positive experience? Depends on what you mean by positive, right? Depends on what you. Do I ever have fun? Yes. Do I ever have moments where I'm enjoying life? Yes. But I realize that everything positive is predicated upon something in this room, right? For someone to win, someone has to lose. Yes, I do have moments where I'm winning, but some people are losing. It's how it works. Aaron, Benedictine speaking. Let's listen and expand on consciousness. Thanks, Aaron. And I would like people to ask questions as well. And yeah, I would like to ask everyone to communicate. Everything or every concept points to something. Ms. Marshall, what is suffering to you? A wild animal minding its own business, foraging for food, scavenging for food in their natural habitat with a quick death by a deer is not suffering. I think to respond to someone else, but that tells you something. Grind mode. Benedictine, what do you think about the Book of the Dead? I haven't read it, but I've heard a lot about it, but I haven't like read it at all. Grind mode. My girlfriend left me because I wasn't attracted to her. Yeah, I mean that's a good reason to leave someone, right? Like why were you with her in the first place? You're not attracted to her. I'm trying to respond to comments in real time and also, oh Mike, dude, come on, okay, yeah, exactly. Um, now is the mic working now? Like I knew that something was gonna happen with the mic because it fell down. You're saying better or it's like working? Okay, okay. No, I actually like it fell down, so I did have a feeling that it wasn't working. Uh, and I actually had to skip a lot of comments. But that's good because now it means we're going to be like communicating in real time. Like it's almost 3 hours, so we gotta communicate in real time. The sound just don't move too much. No, what I'll do is buy I'll buy a mic for my PC and buy like an external webcam so that yeah things will be much better. Entities interfering again. Yeah, in this reality nothing is random, so yeah things happen, bro. Like things happen. Like when things happen to me I no longer feel like these things are happening random because when you think that things are happening randomly in your life you kind of like give your energy away. by default. But the more you realize that there's something that is controlling what is happening, the more you ask the right questions. Why is this happening? What is the real reason why this is happening? Right? That's once you start asking the right questions, you get the right answers. But if you think everything is random, you're never gonna understand anything. I want to give you this example about things happening and you just believe that it's random. There's this example that I want to give you. Oh, okay. Here's the example that I want to give you. Brilliant, brilliant. And I'm glad that this is the example that came into my mind. This is the best example. So when I was working as a teacher, I was working in a high school because I was working in a high school first. So yeah, I was working in a high school. So these two girls, they were grade 11 students. They came to me when I was like working on something, and they started talking to me in a way that, you know what I mean. And I was surprised because I wasn't the type of dude that, like, will talk to them in that kind of way. Like, nah, like, dude, come on, like I always, like, other teachers, they don't care, but I always like try to like stay away from them. So I was like, what's going on here? And then I started to think very quickly, and I realized that because they were supposed to write a test that day, they actually wanted to uh to see what was going to be on the test, and there were scripts like beside me. So as they were talking to me, I realized that the other girl was trying to like see what's what's on the test, like, very quickly. So that's the thing. When you realize that things are not just happening like randomly, you are able to see things, like you're able to see what is happening around you. You know what I mean? Like if something weird happens, you're like, oh, why is this happening? And you're able to find right answers really quickly. Like at the time I was focusing, like there was something that I was doing that I was focusing on. I didn't really want to be distracted. So this girl's being weird made me think, what's going on here? Then I realized very quickly that, oh, the other girl was trying to like see what was, on the test that they were going to write. But that's the thing. Some people don't see the reason behind the things that are happening, right? You don't see the reasons behind the things that are happening. You're just like, oh, this happened, this is bad, this is bad, oh, this is happening, this is good, this is good. Like some people would have been like, oh, this is happening. If they felt like that was a good thing that was happening, they would just say that this is good, and they've just like looked at it that way. But whenever things happen, you must ask yourself why they are happening, so that you will see things as they really are. Robert J, greetings, Benedictine. Uh, deep, because I'm trying to like go back to, okay, yeah. What is true? What is fake? I think we just need to be honest with ourselves always, right? Be honest with ourselves. I think that's the way that we realize what is true and what is fake. Nothing random. Amaru, yes, I like that. HYU, all is based on actions. What do you mean? AD, Aviel, something is always impending our natural flow. Mm-hmm. AD, good never gets a fair shot. Yeah, it never wins. That's what's crazy, man. That's what's crazy. Have you tried going beyond thoughts and experiencing consciousness in its purity, intensive meditation? Yeah, but not that many times, but I have. So yeah, I do have an idea of what you're actually talking about. Benedictine, what part of Africa are you from? South Africa. Oh, Vanilla Kiss. So thanks for yeah, responding to him. It breaks my heart because my parents ain't really themselves anymore. They just believe they are victims of society. Robert J, don't miss the importance of I am. The importance of I am. I think I will make videos about non-duality actually. I let Benedictine derail my whole day today because he went live. J.E. Benedictine. Problem in world is IQ, nothing else. Lisa Kemper, you stand before yourself in every moment. That's why you are your worst critic. Reality is truth. What is truth? Truth is what is. What is it is now formed of the past and based upon future reflection. Truth is objective. Reality is objective. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is truth. But um, we also have to look at what is sourcing this objective reality. That's also a good thing. Truth is agreement with self. Yeah, I like that. That's a good answer too. People don't understand. Parents wish child to make them grade. Truth is antidote to illusion. Yes, I like that. Vanilla Kiss. Work is the biggest cult and makes us like hating ourselves. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with work. It actually makes you hate yourself. Like that's the thing. Like you, if you are doing something that you don't love every day, how are you going to love yourself? Because you are literally betraying yourself. Right? You are literally betraying yourself. Um, if you have a job that you love, that is beautiful. But because most people don't have jobs that they like, they are betraying themselves, and they also have to deal with people who might not like them. You know, people who are also miserable because they are being forced to betray themselves. So they find themselves in a very toxic environment, right? Because everyone doesn't like being there, right? Can you imagine an environment where everyone doesn't like being there? Like that place might actually be worse than prison because prisoners might actually accept their reality, like, yeah, we're prisoners, you know. Workers, like people who have jobs that they don't like, they don't really accept their realities. They're just angry, right? They're just angry and mistreating one another, gossiping about one another because they're doing something that they don't want to do, but and they can stop doing what they don't want to do, but they still feel like they can't. So they are that makes them hate themselves more. It's crazy. Lisa Kemba, I realized God was evil when they were making me go to a vacation Bible school for free daycare. I think people are waking up like when it, like they're realizing how evil the gods that we've been given are. If you commit it to subconscious, it becomes truth to you. That does not mean real truth, though. Benedict, do you believe a negative force took over this reality? And if so, what do you believe it is? It, we gave our power to something artificial, and yeah, it is in control. The same way that we're doing it now, the same way that we're giving power to artificial intelligence, is the same way that we did it before. So artificial intelligence what it does is it takes over, and then we give it more and more power, and it becomes God in the end. Like, and I mean, it doesn't really become God, but then we believe that it is God, right? Like when you look at how advanced AI is now, you can see how advanced it will be 50 years from now. Don't you think we're going to be thinking it's God 50 years from now? Because it will literally be operating the same way that the God of the Bible operates. I mean, we believe that the God of the Bible used to operate. Like it literally is going to become God. Like there isn't going to be Jesus that's going to come from the sky. It's going to be AI that's actually going to become God. People are going to be creating religions actually worshiping AI at some point. Like that's going to happen because it will be so damn advanced that they will like be begging it to do certain things for them. Know their self. Benedictine, what do you think about the recent UFO UAP news past few years? Um, I've even been following like a lot of stories about UFOs. Really, I mean, like I've kind of like followed the stories about like the UFOs in Las Vegas. Um, the problem is that there isn't enough people who come out at the same time and who explain what they saw, right? There's a problem. So if, for an example, aliens show up in a mall and only few people make videos and talk about it, like that's kind of strange. It has to be many people. Like if I was a TikToker, I'll try to find as many people as possible who were present to tell me what they really saw, because people are just gonna try to like gain attention by um making videos saying what people want to hear. But yeah, it, it's obvious that there are unidentified flying objects everywhere. People see things that they cannot explain. That does tell us that there is something strange that is going on. So yeah, I would say aliens, have been with us for the longest time. I mean, just the fact that there are things that we cannot explain tell us something. You know, there are these beings that are controlling things, working with this artificial intelligence. Hiram above, especially with the uh, invention of technology, yeah, we are electrical beings. The real ones awaken while the world sleeps. Yeah, NPCs can never awaken, but real humans, I mean, not real humans, like conscious beings will awaken. AI started all this. It sounds like we are complicit in our own enslavement. Yep. We'll beg for AI governance. We close. We close. We're very close to that. God allows those systems. As with things, so without, there is no salvation for the widow's son. Spirit, spiritualpreneur. Yeah, I love the name, and I like the fact that you say you love this, because I was about to say that I love the name spiritualpreneur. I'm a nonconformist. Yep. Eddie Avila, was the Las Vegas incident real or a government? Like, that's the thing. Like, not enough people came forward, because it seemed like there were many people in that mall. So why is it that people didn't come forward and actually explain what really happened? There might have been independent news outlets that could have like covered that story. Like, yes, if big news channels didn't cover this story because they are working with these aliens, cool. But what about independent people? What about independent YouTubers? Couldn't they have interviewed those people and figured out what really happened? You know? So it's strange that only few people came forward and say that they saw a- aliens, but we have no way of proving that they were there in the first place. You know, you must show us a slip that shows that you bought something from the mall. You know, there are cameras at the mall. You know, if I live close to the mall, I would have went there the next day and try to investigate, try to ask people what was really going on. But the fact that we weren't given like much information about what happened also should make us suspicious because we weren't given that much information. I think there should have been a person who went to the mall when it started functioning again and started interviewing the employees in that mall. What did you see? What did you see? What did you see? So that people should will know because what happened was strange. I mean, you can't have more than 100 cop cars. Like it doesn't happen. I've never seen that happen ever. So that tells you something that there was something going on, but it's strange like that no one really came out and really gave us like real evidence of what really happened. No, that's all. About the UFO phenomenon, specifically, the information Luz Elizondo has come forward with is interesting. As government official, my opinion, they are preparing us for something. You mean is it something related to what happened in Las Vegas or just something about UFOs? Because obviously there are things that are going on in the background that the people are not supposed to know. So I'm not saying there ain't things that are going on in the background, but some stories were not were not being told, like we're not being given all the information that we need. You know, that's the problem. Like we are left with more questions than answers. Very. I'm taking the day of beer, but either way, cheers, buddy. You drink every day because I don't drink every day. This thing, like I'm actually drinking today because I'm doing a live. Most of the time when I'm drinking, I don't drink that much. Maybe I will drink 2 cans and that's it. You know, I don't want to get myself addicted to alcohol because, hey, I've seen what happens to people who get addicted to alcohol. So yeah, I just the reason why I drink when I make videos is because I think a lot. So when I'm sitting in one place and just making a video, I'm unable to focus. But when I'm walking, I don't need to be drunk. That's why I like doing walk and talks because I don't need to drink anything. I can just walk. But when I'm sitting down in one place, because I think a lot, it's hard for me to stay on topic, right? Like I'm gonna find myself talking about something else. Like it's much better if I'm just talking. That's it. Like there's no like there isn't a specific topic that I'm actually talking about. Robert J is laughing at the fact that it says it's taking days off BS. That's funny though. I literally have a video of those saying they are running the in between. People say no days off. I say all days off. I don't drink Monday to Thursday. No, that's actually dope. I mean, Fridays, Saturdays, like that. Like most people actually drink Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But you know, some don't even drink on Sunday because they have work the next day. But that's better though. I play video games and drink. Is it easy for you to like play video games while you're like drinking? Like, are you able to play, wow, while you're drinking? Let the addiction program run its course is what I'm learning. Not their self. No, no. Related, not related to the Las Vegas incident. Luz Elizondo specifically is about the release Pentagon files. Okay, yeah, I think I might have seen something related to that. But I agree, we are left in the dark. The powers definitely know more. Like, yeah, that's true. I mean, the people who've worked in Antarctica who knows some things, who came forward, but we like we're still left with more questions than answers. We're being played. That tells you that everything is scripted. You know, these people that are running this matrix don't seem to take us seriously. They just they look at us the same way that we look at animals. Like, no. Nobody on earth knows how to work together because we are separated at a young age and taught to be individualistic in our thinking and not inclusive yeah, exactly, that is the problem, right? The problem is that we have never been taught how to work together and actually benefit from working together. We've been taught to only work for ourselves, like to compete with others. Can you imagine if, and this would have been brilliant, like if you really think about it, if we attended schools where there were many students and they put us in different classrooms, and in these classrooms we were taught to work together to compete with other classes. Like, that would be brilliant. Like, that's it. Like, you would pass because we are learning how to work together. They give us marks based on how, like, how we're able to work together. That would have made it easier for people to work together as adults. But if you were told to just work for yourself, you're being told to compete. When you see another kid cheating, you feel like raising your hand, because you don't want that kid to perform better than you. Like, you want to be the only one who makes it. That's how we've been programmed. We've been programmed to only, like, to want to win, to want to be praised, to be better, to be on top. That's the problem, and we've always been like that. It bugs me that people speak confidently about a soul trap. They tell of all the people with similar stories after they went somewhere for a short while. How can we confidently say it's not a pre-show? Yeah, we can't be too sure, to be honest. Have you ever astral projected? Nah, not really, but I have I've been close, very close to astral projection, and the reason why I think I was very close to astral projecting is because I've communicated with people who say they've experienced what I experienced before they astral projected. Um, I was laying in my bed, not really like asleep, like not dreaming, right? Just I was in this weird state, but I was not in a dream. I was still conscious of everything that was happening in my room, and my body started to vibrate. It started to vibrate like a cell phone, like a cell phone. I'm not kidding, yeah. Like, my body was vibrating like a cell phone, like zrrr. I could actually hear my my body vibrating, like zrrr, like very very fast, and I could feel as if I was about to have an out of body experience. But I also had a feeling that I was gonna not come back, like I was gonna die. So I kind of pulled back. So that happened to me 3 times, I think. in my life, and I always put like I didn't allow that to happen. Like I would get very close, but I'll be like, not now. So I've never had an out of body experience, but I've been very close. I think if I continued, I would have had an out of body experience, especially the first time because that was crazy. I remember waking up and shaking my head. I was like, this shit ain't real. Like it was crazy. That experience was fucking crazy. Like it's the craziest experience that I've ever had in my life so far. Because my body literally vibrated, bro. Like it did vibrate. Like that tells you something about this reality. Telling me about the I don't even want to talk about these things that I'm not even afraid. I think people are not afraid of uh, what they're seeing on the news now. Hey, there's this, there's that. Like they're not even afraid because they remember what happened last. So they're like, yeah, whatever. Life is so toxic. Yeah, this world that we're in is straight up toxic, man. SOA, the believer is always reassured in heart and at peace in his soul. He sees with the light of his inside that the world is a place of testing and calamity, and that it is a passage, not a destination. Mm. Very video games are boring. When I was growing up, I liked playing video games, but now I find them boring. DJONX Benedictine, I'm absolutely sure that there is at least one human being who knows the truth about existence. What do you think? Um, they only know what they need to know. So yes, there are people who know more than we do, but I think the force that is controlling everything won't allow anyone to know everything because if they knew everything, uh, they'll kind of be like a liability in some way. So they wouldn't like that force wouldn't like give like the force will only tell them what they need to know. That's all. They cannot know everything. Is OA, and that it is a temporary hospitality whose evil is fleeting and whose good is fleeting, and the one who is patient is in the one who is thankful. And you sound like scriptures in the Bible. Don't blame someone for being toxic. Blame how the toxicity manifested in the environment, not how that person is programmed to respond to conflict. Yeah, that's a good response. Very 38, yeah. Actually, can we finish this live by telling by saying where we're from? I mean, there's like 71 people. You know, where are you guys from? If you still don't know where I'm from South Africa. Make them see we are smart. Eddie Avil Elizondo is spreading this info. They know we are the awake, the intelligent ones here. Robert J. All generations are waking up. All generations. Why do you say all generations? I can't say all generations are wake up. I would say the ones like the people who are much older who are here are not. They've not woken up now. Like they've woken up when they were still young. You know, it's hard for people who are older to wake up. So it's usually the people who are young when that wake up and then they continue to wake up until they are like older. AC 1983. Someone claiming to be running the Between Lives area on my profile saying you can punish people between. They need to prove that actually. They need to prove that. But anytime if you ever astral projected, I think I've already answered that. No. Master Psychological Engineering, straight out of homeland. Sorry about it. That's awesome. I got the vibrational state. More people in fear. Fear of what? People take huge, and I mean huge salaries to trick you daily. You don't need to be feared. The truth is what you see without thoughts or previous beliefs. Okay? Your true nature is revealed in the nature of everything else. Um, yeah, yeah. He said, "Be not afraid. I'm indeed with you, hearing and seeing." Koran. Oh, yeah. It's starting to be funny, chat. AC 1993. Could you do a video on the one saying he's running the Between Lives area interviewed by Project? Uh, yeah. I hope I remember so that I can like watch the whole interview. Or maybe I will like make a reaction video. That will actually be better than like just making a video about that. The realm above and the hell rim appearance exists because it's been run on the concept and illusion of money. Okay, yeah, which exist none not in nature and never will, as long as people do terrible things for the disillusion. Yeah, man. Money really did make things work. Like it was like money made it easier for these people who are running this matrix and for this force that's controlling everything to operate. Money allowed enabled these people to be more than powerful. Like it enabled these people to be like gods. They. I mean, no one should be like worth a billion. That's crazy. A billion rand, and there are people who are worth $billions. Like that's insane. Lisa Kemper, you're not afraid anymore when you give up on being afraid, aka go into. Yeah, if a person can, if we weren't afraid like at all, we would be more advanced than we are. Like fear is the biggest tool that this matrix uses to like keep us trapped. Humanity will remain enslaved, sadly. Yes, but consciousness won't remain enslaved. So that's why we need to keep on waking up. You know, Humanity needs to keep on waking up, meaning that souls, if I may, will need to keep on waking up so that they don't like ever be trapped again. The soul trap theory is hit and miss. We need to be careful of being absolute in our objectives. Yes, that's 100% true. We don't need to pretend as if we found the absolute truth. But let's see. Okay, let's admit there are things we simply do not know instead of paranoia and interesting speculation. Okay, we do need to admit that there are things that we do not know, but we still need to have our own theories about what's happening, right? So yes, let's admit that we do not know, but what might be happening? Like that is really important. So we don't know because there is no confirmation that what we think is the case. But then what do we think? That's really important. The Bible says the truth will set you free. Well, nobody is free. Does that mean nobody is in the truth? It does set us free, but it doesn't really mean that the Bible itself is true. It's just that there are some things that are true in the Bible because the Bible was written by people, and people sometimes speak the truth. HYW Europe Universal. Is that a place, Europe Universalis? Because I've never heard of any a place like that. The world only blesses. Is truth something that cannot be comprehended, but maybe it's something that is outside of earthly thinking and knowledge? Um, I think we are capable of understanding the truth while we are here. If the force that controls everything told us the truth, we'll be able to understand it. And I think we do understand it. We just never really got confirmation that we understand it. You see? It's like you have thought of the truth, but you never got confirmation that what you thought was the truth. Robin Lane, awesome again. Thanks for joining the live. The pro gamer make. I don't. We are in a hell room. I mean, I think you meant to say. I don't think we're in a hell room. I think we are in a dream meant to be played series. Man, just one day, just decide watch watch documentaries of like wild animals and tell me what you really think. All right. Between lives, implants on my profile. Mitch, middle of the map, US, mm, USA. Probably end up in the USA at some point. Oh, hey, you, I'm from Romania. I'm starting to hear a lot about Romania actually. Like ever since like in the Tate said you went to Romania, I'm starting to hear a lot about Romania. That's crazy, and that shows you something. Ever like heard of something that you've never heard of before, and you started hearing about it everywhere? I mean, I've actually like I was spoken to people who said they were from Romania, and I felt like that was unlikely because I'd never like heard of Romania before last year. This is the thing. Um, Sprout, Germany, heard a lot about like how is Germany like? Um, how 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 is the gap between the rich and the poor in Germany? Like because we don't know much about Germany like as Africans. We know a lot about America and Europe. We are all waking up to our capability. Yeah, we are. DJ ons. The 90s kids are waking up for real. Yes. Yeah, 90s, and we are waking up the 2000s as well. They have to look up to us. And I think it's because we have entered a new world, so that makes it easier to wake up. But if we don't do our job correctly, 50 years from now, people won't be waking up anymore. GoFundMe is the example that people can come together for good. Imagine this on a larger scale. This earth will be a utopia. Hey, why you say for food? Oh, that's actually fun. I have to watch from the beginning. I watched a little. Yeah, this life you really have to watch from the beginning because this is the best life that we've ever done. Like seriously, this is the best life that we've ever done, and that's what I intended it to be. I was like, this has to be the best life that we've ever done. So from the beginning, I wanted it to be. So it is the best life that we've ever done. Daytime beats always this way. Botswana in here. I love it when someone says that from Africa. Botswana isn't like far from South Africa, right? So that's dope. Like it to go to Botswana, like you don't. I think I think that some people can even they can even find a way to avoid the borders, like find their way to South Africa from Botswana. So yep. Why are there certain countries that are better than others? What if every country had the same economy? There would be no more competition. Maybe this is what society fears the loss of. Yeah, it's weird that we don't have the same economy. It's weird that not only do we not have the same economy, there's the value of money differs in count. Like for an example, a dollar I think is like equal to like 18 South African rands, 18 or 17 South African rands, which is crazy, right? Like $1 is like 18 or 17 South African rands. That's not right. SOA, what made you see this world as hell? Common sense, really. I wouldn't say like where I grew up, I suffered more than a lot of people. I'd say my life was kind of like average, but I was very conscious, and I knew that I was more conscious than a lot of people. Like I didn't lie to myself. I was an honest kid, even when I was young. Like my elders would always punish me for being too honest. Like, no, no, don't say that. You can't say that. You're being too respectful. I mean, too disrespectful. So I think it's honesty, right? I was too damn honest. So being honest with myself allowed me to realize that, this ain't it. This something is off. I think most people lie to themselves. Most people are cowards. There are a lot of people who are honest when they are with me, but they are not honest when they're with other people because they're afraid to be honest. So yeah, I would say it's yeah, common sense and honesty that made me realize we are in hell. Right tracks. Do you not think that believing you are God could be the source of your true suffering? No, 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 not at all. Actually, believing that I'm God actually freed me. Right? Like that actually freed me. Me not giving my power away to some external source freed me. I see a super thanks. Thanks. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. ACT 93. It's worth watching. Thanks, man. Diligence, humility. You're still live. You've been live all day. You're exaggerating. I've been live for 3 hours 45 minutes. It's not even the longest live that we've done, but I want it to be the best. I mean, it's already the best live. 28% battery. We still here. Diligence, humility. Did you ever answer what your thoughts on enlightenment, Buddha, Navarro? Yeah, I have. I actually have. But you know what I like about being asked the same question twice is that because I'm so damn honest, I can give you the same answers and more or in a different way. So, what do you think about enlightenment? What do I think about Buddhism? What do I think about Nirvana? Um, I actually like Ellen White's teachings on Nirvana, right? I thought yeah, he's very, very brilliant. I listened to his videos a lot. Connecting. Okay, okay, okay. We're good. So here's the thing. Enlightenment does help us reduce our suffering. A lot of um, spiritual teachers who say that they are enlightened, they have been able to minimize their suffering to some degree. But because you are in this realm, it doesn't, you cannot escape suffering completely. That is the problem. So yes, enlightenment, like following these spiritual teachers can help you reduce your suffering, but it won't really make you escape this hell realm. So what my focus is escaping this hell realm. And we cannot escape this hell realm by being enlightened. Because what happens is that when people become enlightened, they just know how to get rid of, or not necessarily get rid, but they know how to minimize their suffering. It's like if you've watched the Matrix, right? Neo being able to fight Agent Smith in the Matrix, I can compare that to enlightenment, but that wouldn't mean that he escaped the Matrix. So yeah, you can be in a state where things don't affect you a lot anymore, and that's actually a good state to be in, especially if you want to like truly escape this realm. But it's that can be another trap because some people might find themselves in that state and be like, okay, that means that this reality is good. I was suffering because I was not thinking right. So they end up like they no longer work on escaping. They just remain in this realm because now they found a way to minimize their suffering. Money is energy depletion. It's never been good for us. Yeah. Fear is liminal. Yeah, 100%. You are alive. This is what you think life looks like. The sun is hollow and a portal, according to Eric Dollard. I'm not familiar with his work. Happiness is energy. Yeah, even happiness is energy. We should just rise up and stop living in fear. We should just defeat the system, but doing the counterintuitive thing and ignore it. Don't feed it. Detach yourself and come together. Yes, but even in our own lives, I do think if you stop, like I remember I made a video, I published it 2 days back and said you can detach yourself by stopping lying to yourself and to like stopping lying in general. Like if you lie less, if you are able to do what you want to do, you are no longer lying to yourself, right? If you feel like doing something and you do it, you're no longer lying to yourself. If you're going to be like that, I think you can detach yourself because I think we lie as people. Like we find ourselves wanting to do some things and we don't do these things. We find ourselves wanting to say some things and we don't say these things. And I think that keeps us energetically tied to this room. Haram about, please don't complicate it. Sure, truth is knowledge. There is nothing new under the sun. You can know what your overloads know. You can absolutely can do. You can know you are it. That's right, Robert. We are doing the first step, discussing. It's important. It's imperative, actually. Alpha and Omega, first and the end of the cycle. This is my last drink for the day. 350 minutes. Let's keep on liking the live, guys. 135. I think this is the most likes that we've actually got to know the live. So this is dope. Let's keep on liking the live. If I'm a millionaire, it also means nothing. Society is collapsing. Yeah, a lot of people don't even want to have children. That tells you something. Even people who are not like child free, like who wouldn't say they are child free, they're no longer like they don't want to have children. Like I even met many people who actually want to have children, right? Like I even met that many guys who are like, yeah, I want to have a child. Like they just want to live their lives, bro. That tells you something. Men and women can relate. We are more common in modern era. Yeah, yeah. There's truth in that. Hit the like. I just remember. Yeah, exactly. It's easy to forget to hit the like button, but that's how we beat the algorithm. Like we have beat the algorithm before, and I think we can keep on beating it by liking and commenting, because that does send message to YouTube that, hey, this there's a great community on YouTube. But it's also scary, but it's good that we reach more people. um Satan promises you poverty and commands you to obscenity, while Allah promises you forgiveness from you. But the Bible, I mean, even the Quran tells us Satan runs this, right? With all that's happening, do you believe this vision of life is ending? Do you believe we are entering a new earth? Yeah, obviously we are entering a new earth, because of technology, because of the rise of AI. But we need to be very, very intelligent. We need to be very, very smart, um, because I think it can even get to a point where we're trapped in another simulation that might be much harder to escape. So we need to be very, very intelligent. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. 26% left. Benedict, you are brilliant. I only wished our subject matter left me feeling happy and fulfilled. They have in- invented this, bro. No way it was designed this way. Go where we must, very deep. You think it's all upside down? Yeah, I'd say on the on higher realms, yes, it wasn't designed to be this way. So in this realm, yes, it's where everything is upside down. Greetings. Last time was watching from New Zealand. It's where Israeli designer lives in New Zealand, right? Okay, I hear a lot about New Zealand from Israel Adesanya, like the UFC fighter. The harder you try to comprehend truth, the harder it will become to locate. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I'm from Germany. It's getting bad. All Germans collect trash and bottles. Damn. Seems like it's messed up everywhere because I didn't think Germany would, be facing the same problems that the rest of the world is facing. Like, we don't hear much about Germany. That's the thing. Like, I don't hear much about Germany. So you think Germany is doing good, but it seems it sucks everywhere. In Germany, I can tell you most people I know are in the middle class, just workers. The gap is not huge. This is what I thought. It's not that different, Benedictine. Yeah, I agree that, but I just thought in some countries things are a bit better. Truth is objective and subjective. There is actual truth that is real without bias, and there is human created truth. Yeah, I like that you put it that way. So there is objective truth because some people will be like, no, there is no objective truth. Like, no, there is objective truth, but yeah, there are truth that we humans and that animals have created or that have believed in. So yeah, I would agree with you on that. And the reason why truth can be objective and subjective at the same time is because, like I keep on telling you, we are consciousness, and consciousness itself decides what is true, right? So, for an example, a person who suffers from schizophrenia can see something that is not there, that the rest of us cannot see. It is true that they're seeing something and it is there in their direct experience. So it is true, but in our objective reality, it isn't, right? So truth can be subjective, but that wouldn't mean that it's objective truth. That's the best way to put it. I know it's always been hell for some poor souls and animals. They've had to work hard for us to conclude the issue. I won't give in because I want pure actually got any DMT. True, true, true. Yeah, happy when you stop trying. Bingo. Nice, Africa. You'll beg for AI governance. Imagine. And they are saying there is objective truth, but humanity doesn't really have access to it yet. I call it sociological truth. We tend to agree based on different sociological norms of truth. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's true. Old my computer. Why they are countries in 3D prison countries? It's like cells in a jail. Europe is not that rich. The love of money, America. Benedict, can you do a video on Jim Rohn? I don't know Jim Rohn. Like what is he known for? Like I haven't heard of this guy. Oh, Robert J, thanks for the super thanks. Cause I saw the super thanks, but I didn't know who it was from. So thank you for the $10 super sign. Thanks. I think it's our first super thanks and probably our only super thanks on this live. So thank you, thank you. Magic is real. The delusionist. Everything is magic, isn't it? There's this quote: "Everything is magic except to the magician." I thought that's a brilliant quote. This means to find what truth is, we must absolutely look at what it isn't. Yeah, yeah, I loved it. Yeah, to find what truth is, we must look at what it is not. Yeah, actually, that's brilliant. So we must first figure out what is not true and see what we are left with. That's brilliant. Believing that you're God can be tricky because that means you actualize your thoughts because you are truth. But if you're still confused about concept, you'll be a confused God. Of course, God will be confused. That's the thing. You're God that fell into insanity. So you're God, but you're insane. So you're an insane God. That's why this mess exists in the first place. Benedictine is a teacher. Thanks. I never really look at myself that way, but thanks, thanks. Because I'm learning a lot too. Like you don't realize how much I'm learning. Like the way that I learn is different from how other people learn. Sometimes you say things that just hit here, and I don't forget. That's why I don't forget comments, right? Like I remember comments. So that also helps me evolve because when you comment, because you are commenting on my videos, I take these comments more personally than someone else. So that makes me evolve. So when you say something, I take it so seriously that it helps me evolve. And the people who are commenting on my channel are commenting things that make me evolve, right? It's not like they're commenting nonsense. There are a few people who will just say whatever, but most people are commenting, like they're giving me information that also helps me evolve, which is dope. DJ on Explain Time, please watch David Icke and Credo Mutua interview. No, I've watched that. I mean, Credo Mutua was, he lived in South Africa. So, yeah, I've watched the interview. Yeah, there's something there. The pro gamer Meg JB, this world is only a place to manifest our dreams, bring them down from all the universes to an alpha. Nah. Facts, Benedict. Yeah. What alcohol does to your soul? Why should alcohol does something to someone's soul? Men as God's successor on earth must prevent injustice and evil and rule with justice. Nah, I mean the world is exactly what it was supposed to be. So if there's injustice, there was supposed to be injustice. We need to stop. lying to ourselves. Hey, bro, do you watch Bill Donald's work? Yes, you guys are suggesting. You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, you know what I will do? I will post, like, after this live. I'm going to post immediately after this live. I'm going to ask you guys to recommend the people that you need, that we should check out, right? Like, you just, like, comment on that post, because I won't be able to remember all these names. I think that will be best. So I'll just, like, create a post where you guys will just recommend the books, the channels and websites that yeah, you think people should check out. Who isn't hard for even rich? I mean, who isn't life hard for even the people who are rich? It's hard for them. I think SOA has been here before and he's still talking about Allah. Like, what's up? Benedict, you should check out Bashar. I know Bashar. I've checked out his work. All right, guys. We have 64 people. This is the best live that we've ever done. We have 142 likes. Please like this video. Uh, yeah, this is the longest live. Not it's not the longest live that we've ever done, but then it's one of the longest live that we've ever done. Thank you all. I'm gonna post on YouTube community, and ask you guys to, like, recommend your favorite YouTube channels, your favorite websites, your favorite books. Yeah. But yo, thanks. Thank y'all guys for being part of this. Gift to say nay. Love your channel. Thanks. Thank you. Great explanation. Can objective truth never be found by subjective thinking minds? Um, it can be found even by subjective thinking minds if they are lucky enough, right? Like, it is possible for someone who is a subjective thinker to hear the truth and believe in it and just never, like, think about anything else, and you find that, yeah, what they found is the truth. So yeah, the truth can be found by subjective thinking mind. But yeah, thank you all guys for joining the live. Yeah, don't forget to like if you still have not liked. Yeah, thank you all guys. Just check out the community post that I'm gonna post, and post the because I'm gonna post this post, like in less than, like, 2 minutes. Like, I'm just gonna post the post that I was telling you about. So recommend the work that we can check out. You know. But yeah, thank you guys for joining the live.